Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and we are live on 83weeks.com. I can't believe it's finally here, Eric, but it's Sting's last match, AEW Revolution in Greensboro. Are you nervous, anxious, excited, motivated, pumped, optimistic? What are you today, Eric?
I think I'm excited. Just the whole idea of Sting, picking and choosing and ending his career the way he wanted to, and I just think it's such a wonderful thing. So just to be able to sit back and watch it, I'm excited for Sting and kind of living vicariously through him, I guess, in a way.
It's going to be a fun time. We're looking forward to seeing your comments. So by all means, join the conversation. If you've got a question for Eric or myself, you can ask it, and we will get to it here. We're going to go until the start of the pay-per-view, and then we'll, of course, leave this chat window open so we can all fellowship together. I'll be in the live chat, so will Eric and our producer, Dave Silva. And then we'll be back for a reaction show immediately following the pay-per-view. And this is probably going to be a marathon pay-per-view. We know because we've got a 90-minute pre-show and then the actual show itself. And that brings up a question from our old pal McMac. He wants to know, Eric, what are the betting odds that Eric makes it through the pay-per-view?
I actually started prepping for that challenge on Friday, adjusting my sleep patterns and so forth. Nutritionally, I really packed in the protein late last night. I'm caffeinated up. I had some of my swamp water this morning. I'm good to go. I'm good to go. I may sit down and watch a little bit of something else for a bit just to give my mind a break. But overall, I expect to be here till the very end, and I can't wait to do a recap of the show. Want everybody to know I'm going into the show very, very open-minded. I'm not expecting much. Haven't been following a lot of the stories, so whether they're there or not, I'm not going to be commenting on any of that. I'm hoping that this thing is going to end up with all of us high-fiving each other and high-fiving Sting and Sting fans all over the world celebrating what is billed to be and likely to be, if not for certainly, is his very last match.
We're taking a look right now over at WrestleTix over on Twitter. And about 3 hours ago, they posted that there were only 37 tickets remaining. They've continued to open up a few production kills. They have 16,093 tickets distributed. I'm sure those 37 will sell in the walk-up. It's set up currently for 16,130 fans. The last time they were here, it was a Collision in August of last year, and they drew 5,420 fans. Needless to say, Eric, a lot of people want to be there for a special moment in wrestling history, Sting's last match. This is going to be a high watermark for AEW in a lot of ways, don't you think?
It is indeed, and I think you hit it right on the head. This is historic. These are Sting fans. I think tickets sold out pretty quickly or near sold out quickly as soon as the match was announced in Greenville. So this is clearly a wrestling nostalgia audience. I'm sure, current AEW audience as well, but by and large, I suspect this is, for the most part, a Sting nostalgia crowd.
You said Greenville, but of course you mean Greensboro. There
I
is
meant Greensboro, I'm sorry.
in the Carolinas, but man, real wrestling history. It's funny because I woke up this morning, Eric, and occasionally I'll open up Facebook. It's not my favorite form of social media, but I'll open up Facebook and it'll say, hey, you've got memories from today. And I clicked on it, and our pal George Pantas reminded me, and he posted about it way back when. 3 years ago today is when we lost Jim Crockett Jr. 3 years ago today is when Jim Crockett passed away. 3 years ago today is when Tully Blanchard had his last match wearing the actual ring-used United States Championship that he had that iconic battle inside a steel cage at Starrcade back in the day with Magnum TA. And it was also in a 6-man tag with FTR, who were rocking the old school Crockett blue NWA tags. It's pretty crazy to think that the same day where Jim Crockett Jr. died and Tully Blanchard had his last match, now Sting will have his last match. There are coincidences and convergences, and then there's something like this. That's pretty crazy, is it not?
It is crazy indeed. Very, very interesting time. And just, Sting has been there through so much of all of that. Sting is really came out of the Jim Crockett promotion era, if not exactly through Jim Crockett promotion. Certainly so much of Sting's career spent in early WCW, which really was an extension of the Jim Crockett promotion. So a lot of history, A lot of connective tissue, as they say.
A lot of history. We're going to be talking a little bit about Sting's history, but before we do, I want to highlight a comment from someone who's watching along with us on YouTube. I can't believe this is real. Some cat who identifies himself as Michael Segura says, never really was a Sting fan. How is that possible? Eric, I can't imagine being a wrestling fan over the last 40 years and not being a Sting fan. I mean, that almost means you're not an AEW fan, you weren't a TNA fan, you weren't a WCW fan, because if you were a fan of any of those organizations, boy, Sting was right at the top of most of that, right?
Certainly was. And what's interesting about that comment as well is, there isn't just one Sting character. Of course, we all first became aware of Sting and his Surfer Sting character. Really, it evolved. Initially, it was just a little bit of face paint, and eventually ended up being quite the gimmick. And Sting carried that gimmick all the way up until, what was it, 1997 or so, when he became the Crow character. Two decidedly different characters. I mean, there were no similarities to them at all. So, not sure what the fan that made that comment was looking for in a character, but certainly Sting delivered on all counts for most of the audience anyway.
They're doing a heck of a job doing a little hype show, running through all the different matches. Of course, we got RJ City and Renee Paquette standing on the ramp there on the stage in Greensboro. I think we're going to have not one, but two matches here today on the pre-show. But we actually have a question that we need to get to before we jump into some more Sting talk, because I want to see what you thought about him rappelling down from the ceiling and all that jazz this week in Huntsville. Joe Compton says, random question though, Eric, if you could go back to your days at WCW, what's the biggest thing you would go back and change, if anything? I'm sure Sting is probably having similar thoughts when he looks back at his career and he wonders, were there some missteps here or there? You're not on the hot seat today like Sting is, though. Is there one thing that you would have done differently if you had a do-over for WCW?
I mean, it's such a hard question to answer, honestly. If I knew then what I know now, what I've learned over the last 25 or 30 years, there's a lot of things I would change. There's a lot of things I would do differently, but it's unrealistic. I think more along the lines of, if I were able to go back into that time period, that window of time when I was evolving through WCW management, going from an announcer to a executive producer to a VP to a senior VP to an executive vice president and ultimately president, what would I have changed? That would have applied to what I would have applied a lot of what I've learned since then. I probably would have been a little more patient with the people around me. I probably would have spent a little bit more time dealing with people that I didn't necessarily want to deal with. I would have been a little more politically savvy, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But given the situation I was in, the circumstances that I had to work within, the challenges I had to overcome, I'm pretty comfortable with the decisions I made. And I recognize that not all of them were right, and I'm not suggesting that they were, but I'm comfortable in the way I went about those decisions, whether they were good ones or bad ones. I can't look back and regret or think about what I would have changed. I just don't waste a lot of energy doing that.
We want you guys, if you're watching along with us, go ahead and smash that thumbs up button. Give us the old too sweet if you're watching along with us here live on 83 Weeks. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Be sure to turn on the notifications bell too, so you won't miss the next time we're live. Speaking of live, it's not just Tony Schiavone and the rest of the AEW crew who are live in Greensboro. We just saw a cameo from David Crockett, who you can see every single month over on adfreeshows.com. We do a deep dive about the good old days of Jim Crockett Promotions and go through his brother Jimmy's Red Books. Man, I just love seeing David Crockett be a part of this. Of course, he was a big part of Ric Flair's last match, and now he's a big part of Sting's last match. After so long away from wrestling, I don't think he did much at all with WWE. I'm just glad to see David Crockett getting some flowers, getting shown a little love by a wrestling company. That's pretty nice to see,
He is a sweet fella, isn't he? He's just, and he's happy to be there. He's just, you think about how long professional wrestling really has been a part of David Crockett's life. And you're right. Once WCW was sold to WWF or WWE, and David kind of laid out of the industry for a while, but it's, so much of David's life was spent in this industry, and David was there watching, young Sting, young Steve Borden emerge as a character. So I'm sure it's a great feeling for David. I'm happy for him.
I'm happy for him too. And I'm happy that we've got a couple of folks who are chiming in with questions and really just some comments. Bemandible, I'll get it right, says, first time I saw Sting was 35 years ago in May of 1989 at the Kiel Auditorium in St. Louis. He wrestled Terry Funk in the main event. Saw him many times in that amazing venue. What an amazing career. You know, Eric, when we were getting ready to do Rick's last match a couple of years ago in Nashville, I heard a lot of people say things like, you know, my grandfather took me to wrestling, and then I went to wrestling with my dad, and now I'm taking my son. And I think that's what's kind of cool about careers in professional wrestling. You know, I think the average run in the NFL is only a handful of years, but we're talking about a guy who's wrestled nearly 40 years at this point. So there's been generations of families who've grown up with Sting as a big part of their fandom. That's one of the unique things about wrestling, maybe from any other type of entertainment. It's not just they had this really cool show that we liked, like The Sopranos, that ran 6 or 7 seasons, or he was a badass in the NFL for 8 years before he had to retire. The idea that this was generational makes wrestling a little different from all other forms of entertainment, doesn't it?
It sure does. And I think it's one of the reasons why professional wrestling has been so successful as a television property, is because it's generational. You know, your fathers sit down with their kids and they introduce them to wrestling, and they grow up watching wrestling with their dad or their older brother or their uncle, their grandparent, whatever the case may be. And it becomes a part of your family's legacy, entertainment legacy, if you will. And as that young boy gets older and goes off to college or gets a job or does whatever he or she end up doing, and then get married and have kids of their own, and guess what? It kind of repeats itself again, because wrestling is one of those things you can watch with your kids. And, you know, different ages appreciate different aspects of professional wrestling, but it's all larger than life, over the top, colorful characters in exciting, dynamic action. And that's a formula that works for all ages, and in this case, all generations. I mean, I've said this so many times, and it just happened again when I was in Detroit last weekend at a Comic-Con, is, you know, you have a guy who's 40, 45 years old come up, and he's telling me about how he watched wrestling with his buddies, you know, in the frat house in college. And, oh, by the way, here's my son, you know, he's 10 and he's a huge NWO fan. It's like, well, how could that be? You know, I know how it can be now. It's, you know, the WWF library and everything that's available over on Peacock. You've got a whole generation of fans that weren't even a gleam in their mother or father's eye when that stuff was going on, but it's available to them, and they become huge fans, and they know more about the history in some cases of someone like Sting than I do, because they're so into it and they're studying it and watching it. It's all new to them.
Let's ask Frank. Frank had a great comment for us. We appreciate you guys being a part of the program. That's the reason we're going live here on 83weeks.com on our YouTube. We want to be interactive. So if you got questions for Eric, or maybe you just want to bust his chops, that's what we're here for. It's open season, my man. Frank says, in my life, I've watched Sting in the UWF, in WCW, in TNA, in WWE, and now AEW. I'm legit torn that this is it. Excited. I got to think this has got to be one of the most, and I was talking to Jeff Jarrett about this the other day, one of the most unique retirements in wrestling history, because there's lots of comments in the group chat or the live chat here on YouTube about how many retirement matches Ric Flair had or Terry Funk had. But with Sting, I think we really believe this will finally be it. Now, I know when he was in TNA, he kept saying, I'm only going to renew for one more year and that's it. But this is really it. Like, they did this, I think, extremely well in terms of, we announced it months ahead of time. They had an opportunity. You had an opportunity, if you were a ticket buyer in some of those markets, to see Sting one last time. They gave people plenty of opportunity to get their tickets in advance, and it's worked. Do you think this could possibly start a new trend, where perhaps if they don't get their swan song they were looking for in WWE, that maybe they come to AEW and finish their career? Now, I know that sounds silly, but I can't help when I'm seeing what they've done with Sting here. And I know you're not really in love with the story of the Young Bucks, but think back to just a couple years ago at WrestleMania. Kurt Angle had his last match against Baron Corbin, No disrespect to Baron. You and I both like Baron a lot. But we know that's not who Kurt Angle wanted to wrestle in his last match. He wanted to wrestle John Cena. Sting at least got to handpick his opponents, if we believe the stories that we've all heard. Do you think this could become a new trend, letting wrestlers go out on their own terms? Because I, for one, I'm all for that.
I am too. I think it would be a cool thing, especially if you did it, once a year, if it became part of a pay-per-view that was known for this type of thing, where you've got legends. I don't know that you find a whole lot of them like Sting that have been around as long as he has, but any performer that's been out there performing at a reasonably high level that the audience knows, who is willing to admit that their career is over. Therein lies the hook. Is it's hard to get guys to admit that, okay, this is going to be it for me, and do it as a part of a story and do it associated with one producer, in this case, AEW. That's a commitment. And in my experience, at least, it's hard to get performers of any kind, wrestlers, musicians, actors, actresses, ballet dancers. I don't care who they are. Nobody wants to hang it up. Nobody wants to admit they're going to have one last match or one last concert or one last movie. Everybody likes to keep that door open. That's the challenge.
Well, we're keeping the door open as to what we think the finish will be tonight. We want to hear from you. We've got a poll right now live on YouTube. If you haven't already, go vote. What do you think the finish is going to be tonight? Will Sting get the win? I know that sounds a little silly, but there's been some debate. A lot of people say, oh, the old school says he's supposed to leave and put over the young new talent on the way out. And others say, I don't know about that. We messed up the Undertaker streak. Maybe it would be cool to see him retire undefeated. We want to hear from you. So vote in the poll right now, and Eric and I will discuss that. We're also going to talk about Sting coming down from the rafters and whether or not that was controversial and a whole lot more. But the real purpose of us being live is to interact with you. So if you haven't already, look into the membership option here on the program. We are excited to be rolling out a new format, a new platform live right here on YouTube, and you can join in on all the fun with a membership. So if you haven't already, please be sure to check out the membership options and go ahead and vote in the poll. And if you've got a question for Eric, that's why we're here. Ask Mark Hogan. He wants to know, can we agree that press conferences don't work for wrestling? Of course, he's saying that because, well, there's a press conference after every AEW pay-per-view. They kind of started that trend, or at least brought it back. I know it was a big deal once upon a time, and WrestleMania has gone by. They would always do a post-WrestleMania press conference. But after every single AEW pay-per-view, we've grown to expect to hear from Tony and some of the performers. Do you think that the press conference serves any purpose in pro wrestling? If you were running a wrestling organization today in 2024, Eric, would you do press conferences after a pay-per-view?
I don't think so. At least not on a regular basis. If there was a reason to do a press conference, if something happened that was newsworthy or noteworthy within that pay-per-view, yes. But to do it as kind of standard operating procedure, I think they're kind of, they're not boring because, we've seen some pretty explosive things coming out of at least the AEW scrums or whatever they're called. I hate to call them news conferences or press conferences, but fan conference would be more like it. They're interesting to a degree, but I don't think they benefit the brand. I don't think I've seen anything out of them that are compelling, that are added value to the pay-per-view. Conversely, I think I've seen a lot of things that have happened, again, especially in the AEW press conferences, that actually are detract from the brand. Now, maybe they'll find a way to overcome that, and there's a new format for these press conferences, but honestly, I think they take away from the actual event themselves. That's the last thing people remember seeing is that press conference, and I think you're better off having the last thing someone sees with regard to a pay-per-view being an exciting finish in your main event, as opposed to a bunch of guys sitting around stuffing their faces with donuts, making shoot comments to the dirt sheet writers that are there covering supposedly news.
We should mention that the membership here on YouTube gives you access to more content all the time here on 83 Weeks. There's going to be perks, custom emojis like the ones we have for Sting's last match. You can click full details that are pinned in the comment for this chat if you're looking to join the membership and be a part of what we're doing. Like our man Adam is. He says, hey guys, watching live in the UK, a question for Eric. Is there anyone on the current AEW roster you think could have been a WCW world champion? I think he means besides Sting.
I guess, yes. There's a lot of very talented people on that roster in AEW. More importantly than is there talent there that could possibly be a star, so much of it depends on the story and the opponent. What's the build? Where's the drama? Talent wise, in terms of executing what's necessary to execute inside of the ring or even with a microphone in their hand, there's a lot of talented people in AEW. There's no question about that. It's just a matter of someone seeing something in them and committing the story and the promotion of the build and having the patience to let it be successful. There's any number of people that could do it if all the other conditions are correct.
We just heard you give us your feedback on a media scrum after a pay-per-view, but our pal Rajiv wants to know, what does Eric like pay-per-view pre-shows? Why or why not?
Again, same answer. If they're added value, yes. If they have some kind of if they're building anticipation for the pay-per-view and are supportive of it, it's a little bit like, am I a fan of a warm-up? When I go see the Rolling Stones, do I want to see a really good warm-up act? Of course I do. Do I want to see a shitty one? No. I'd rather just wait, drink a beer, eat some popcorn, and wait for the show. So much depends on the quality of the show and whether or not it has anything to do with the pay-per-view that's coming up. If it does, then I'm a big fan of it. If it's just an event for the sake of an event and kind of a warm-up for the audience, not so much. I can take it or leave it. It's not that it's bad. It's just not interesting.
Do you think in this era, people watch a pay-per-view pre-show and make a decision whether or not to buy? Or do you think in this day and age, they've kind of already got it figured out?
Oh, I think they've already made up their mind. I think people make up their mind at the latest, probably a week or two before the event. I'm sure there were some that put off buying it, but they've made up their mind long ago whether they're going to buy it or not. For the most part, there's always exceptions. So, save the feedback on that one. But I think the majority of people that end up buying a pay-per-view have made that decision consciously or subconsciously weeks before.
We asked you guys, hey, do you think Sting is going to get the win tonight? And we've already got some immediate poll results. Yes, and that's the right call, got 65%. No, and that's the right call. Yes, but that's the wrong call, got 4%. And no, but that's the wrong call, got 10%. So the majority think and expect Sting to win tonight. What do you expect, Eric? Do you think we see Sting retire undefeated from AEW?
I do. Knowing Steve Borden the way that I do, he would have been reluctant. He probably could have easily been accused of overthinking it because that's Steve Borden's nature.
Right.
That I remember working with him. He would overthink just about everything given the opportunity. He's very analytical, and that's not a bad thing, by the way. I guess given the choice of overthinking or underthinking, one would choose overthinking every single time, right? So it's not a critique. It's just the way he is. It's his nature. So I'm sure that there was a lot of push and pull and a lot of conversations, both internally and with others with regard to Steve. I'm hoping he listened to the people around him, and I can't imagine the people around him suggesting that anything else happened other than a very happy moment for Sting fans all over the world.
Yeah, you got to think they want to send them home happy. And boy, they sent them home happy this past week in Huntsville. They did something they don't often do, a double taping. I know what you're thinking. Wait, they always tape Rampage. Well, that's true. But this week in Huntsville, they taped Dynamite and then Collision back to back in front of the live audience here, which exceeded my expectations as far as attendance. But in the final segment, it looked like, boy, things were not looking so good for Ric Flair. He was getting a beat down from the Young Bucks. They played Sting's music. The Young Bucks were ready with bats on the ramp. But one last time, Sting rappelled from the ceiling. Man, what a cool visual. We haven't seen that since the WCW days, and we saw it again one last time in Huntsville. How cool is that, Eric?
It was cool. I got a big smile on my face. It was executed very well. Clearly, it was a wink and a nod to Nitro and the Crow Sting character that became so popular during Nitro. That storyline between Sting and the NWO lasted well over a year. It was an amazing story, with a shitty end, but we're not going to talk about that. It was a great story, and I think that's where Sting's character as the Crow really came to life, and is one of the reasons that we're watching it again tonight, is because of that success. But I think the execution of it was tastefully done. It looked great on camera. The timing of it all was really, really well done. You could tell that they rehearsed it and walked through it and blocked it. So it came off great. When it wrapped, I had a smile on my face when it was over. It was awesome.
I know you didn't ask, but a lot of people were discussing it that day. And yes, if you were wondering, Tony Khan made the call to Martha Hart ahead of time and wanted to see if she was cool with it. She gave her blessing. Sting used, a little fun fact, the exact same person who helped him rappel down from the ceilings all those years in WCW, our old pal Ellis, was there in the ceiling of the Von Braun Civic Center.
I was going to ask who rigged that. I was thinking about that when I saw it, and I kind of lost track of the thought and forgot to ask you, but that's awesome that it was Ellis. That's awesome.
It made my day to see Ellis there and to know they were doing it together one last time. And listen, I know that it's a fun visual for us, but as a reminder, it's probably not the most fun process for the performer. Dude had to be in there, in the rafters before the doors opened, Eric.
Yeah.
We've heard stories before about, hiding under the ring. So when I was explaining to my wife the next day, she goes, "So did you get to hang out with Steve much?" And I said, "Well, he had to be in the ceiling before the doors opened." And she said, "What?" I said, "Yeah, he rappelled down. He was up there the whole show. So like even before they let fans in, 2 hours before the show started, he was in the ceiling." And she asked something that I think a lot of people probably wondered. What if he had to go to the bathroom? And I'm like, I would bet it's just like when it's under the ring and there's a couple of bottles of water and a bucket.
Big old gallon milk jug,
And she goes, "No." And I go, "Yeah. How else would you think that happens? There's no facilities in the ceiling, honey." But I was glad we got to see it one last time. And we're going to see quite a show today. We've got 11 matches on this card, counting the pre-show. As I understand it, there's 2 pre-show matches. The Bang Bang Scissor Gang. Max Caster attacking with Anthony Bowens. Of course, we know them as the Acclaimed, alongside Billy Gunn, Austin Gunn, Colton Gunn, and Jay White. They're going to be taking on Jeff Jarrett, Satnam Singh, Jay Lethal, Willie Mack, and Private Party, with Sanjay Dutt and Karen Jarrett at ringside. 14 people in the opener. A lot of moving parts in that. A 12-person tag. Goodness gracious.
What? Say what?
Yeah.
A 12-person tag?
12-person tag. You got 2 teams of 6.
I'm sorry. I said I wasn't going to be negative. I'm not going to be negative, but 12-person tag. Isn't there another name for this? Is that like a battle royal, maybe?
Well, I was going to say that to me feels like, remember a few years ago when they used to do the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal at every WrestleMania? It was like, hey, here's everybody we want to get our Mania payday for, and we want to get on the show, but don't really have a spot for you. Bam, there it is. But hey, I'm glad that our buddy Jeff Jarrett is on the show. After that, we've got a tag team match. Julia Hart going to be taking on Sky Blue. They're in a tag team against Chris Statlander and Willow Nightingale. 2 huge fan favorites, Stokely Hathaway in their corner. Going to be interesting, seeing what is that? We got 16 people or 14 people in the first match, if you count the managers. And then we got 5 in the next one. Man, we got a lot of talent on this show.
Doesn't make sense, does it? To you, format-wise, you would have a tag match following a 12-man tag match? You think you'd break it up a little bit?
Well, I think you probably want to start hot with some craziness and some star power. And I understand that there is just a movement to make sure that you're presenting. If you got a men's match, you need to present a ladies match. And I know that there's only one other ladies match on the show, which is Tony Storm taking on Deanna. So maybe they want to make sure they had more than one ladies match here. So slide.
I'm looking forward to seeing Tony Storm. I'm looking forward to watching a full match with Tony Storm. I've enjoyed her character, the way they've developed that character. I think it's unique, and she does it very, very well. But in all honesty, I haven't watched an entire match of hers. I've seen clips, but it'll be fun to watch an entire match and see if she's living up to the expectations, because I know they're very high, and they should be.
Have you seen the presentation, the way they go half screen color for her opponent, half screen black and white for her?
Yes.
Mike Mansouri, man, so impressive what they're doing.
Very impressive.
And the questions are piling up. We do want to preview some of the other card, talk about some Sting stuff and some other AEW news and notes. Lots to come here. Thanks for joining us on our live show, our live stream. Don't forget, we're going to be back here immediately following the pay-per-view, and you're going to get Eric's real reaction, and you'll hear it here first, what he thought of the show, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Be sure.
And I may or may not be drinking during the show. So
I love that. A little tipsy Eric is what's good for what ails you when you're watching wrestling. So be sure to click that subscribe button, turn on the notifications bell, and be sure to check out membership. We've got all the information on our membership pinned to the top. We're going to be going live on a regular basis. Want you to be a part of that. And you can be interactive just like this. Ask Frank. As a follow-up, I introduced my daughter to wrestling in the height of the NWO, and she named our black and white puppy Sting. Man, I wonder how many dogs over the years have been named Sting, Eric.
Probably quite a few, right?
Stinger, right?
Or Stinger. I mean, yeah, I'd name my dog Stinger.
I like that.
Kind of a scary name kind of a cool name for a dog. Gives them a little bit of an edge. Have a cute little Labradoodle or something and call it Stinger.
Jack Gaffney wants to share as well. He says, one of my earliest wrestling memories was wrestling around with my Sting bash 'em up buddy from WCW. Eric, whose idea were those buddies? Of course, these are like the WWF answer, those stuffed, I don't know, pillows, I guess, the wrestling buddies. What'd you think of those on the WCW side? And was that just playing follow the leader with the WWF, or is there another story?
Oh, I think it was follow the leader to a degree, but WCW didn't manufacture those and distributed them. So someone would have come to us, a manufacturer, and wanted to license WCW characters in order to distribute those. So it's not like we had them made and we were the manufacturer. I'm not sure who it was, but it would have most likely would have been Sharon Sadello, possibly Mike Weber, depending on the timing of it. Those are the two individuals that would have been involved in that.
Here's a big question from Nonsense McGee. Greatly appreciate you contributing and throwing a little change our way. Appreciate that, Mr. McGee. Torn on buying this to endure a lot of sludge to get to the main event. Heard that poll, putting money up to see the Bucks going over would feel like a rip. Even if Sting wanted this, did it really have to be the Bucks? Now, Eric, that has been what a lot of my wrestling friends have been griping about. They wanted different opponents for Sting. And sometimes I would even ask, hey man, what would you have rather seen from Sting? And almost inevitably, people were saying, I wanted to see Sting versus so-and-so. But I had to ask them, could you make a list of all the singles matches Sting has had in AEW? Sting came into AEW as a tag team wrestler. I think that was always the idea. And he's had a lot of tornado tags, sprawling all over the arena or outdoors or the cinematic matches or whatever it was. I think that is the highest and best use of Sting. And if he wants to have a tornado tag, who better than the Young Bucks? They're going to be able, I mean, imagine the crazy stuff that the Young Bucks and Darby Allin can do to sort of pick up whatever perceived slack there is from Sting. It makes sense for it to be a tag, and it makes sense for it to be the Young Bucks to me, knowing all the hijinks they can do. No disrespect to FTR, but I think if this match is against another great tag team like FTR, it's such a different style and presentation. It would have been about headlocks and arm drags, and respectfully, that's kind of not what people want in Sting's last match. They want a spectacle. Like we've conditioned the audience that we want to see Sting jump off some shit, right?
Yeah, and look, let's be honest, and I mean this with all due respect, because Steve Borden is what, 61, 62 years old. Steve Borden knows how best to present the Sting character. And one of the benefits of being an tag, and it's probably one of the reasons why Sting wanted to come into AEW as a part of a tag, and why he's preferred to be surrounded by a lot of other action in the ring, is because when you get to a certain point in your career, it's a lot easier to perform at a high level when there's a lot of other things going on around you, so you're not the sole focus of the audience's attention. It's camouflage. The same thing happens with celebrities who really just don't have the skill or the background or the experience. In Steve's case, in Sting's case, obviously he has the experience and the background. He understands, he's forgotten more about how to perform in professional wrestling than a lot of performers will ever know. But you get to a certain point where physically you just can't carry that much of a match. You need to spread it around a little bit in order to perform at the highest level possible. And I think Sting was right. This is the right way for him to present that character. He brings that nostalgia into a match, whether it's a tag or otherwise. He brings that nostalgia in. He's able to perform at a high level. He's able to deliver on some of the extreme things that Sting is known for, but he doesn't have to carry a 20-minute match. So it makes a lot of sense. And I think maybe one of the things that people that are criticizing the Bucks, for example, I don't think anybody's criticizing the Bucks per se. I think everybody recognizes that the Bucks are amazing athletically, amazing performers. I think what people are reacting to is, God, I promised myself I wasn't going to bang this drum, but it's just, there's no heat there. It's not believable. It's not compelling. We know they're there because Sting wants them there. And we know that Sting wants them there because, number one, they're good people. He's friends with them. But Steve also knows they're going to bust their asses and they're going to deliver the physicality and the dynamic excitement, the dynamic action that the audience expects out of this match. And there's probably nobody in the roster that's better at doing that than the Bucks. But what's lacking is a compelling reason why. We know that there's a story here. I get it. Check the story box. But nobody's relating to it. And I think that's what people are sensing. I don't think it has anything to do whether like the Bucks or dislike the Bucks. So there's probably a little bit of that because of the residual backstage CM Punk politic nonsense. It was so prevalent just a few months ago, but that's all died down. I think people are just wanting a great story.
Well, we're hoping that we get a great story tonight. I, for one, think the entire story is that it is Sting's last match and everything else is just a little cherry on top. Speaking of a little cherry on top, we're getting ready to start a 12-man tag with 2 managers. So we got 15 people there, counting the referee. This is going to be hard to keep up with, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot of fast-paced action. And I'm sure everybody's excited that they're there for Sting's last match. We're glad you're here with us at 83weeks.com. Want to give a special shout out to Triple H, who has just become a member and is joining us here on 83weeks.com.
Paul back. Hey, Paul, what's going on, brother?
I'm really excited. For me. Really excited that he's here. I've got some plans I want to tell him about WrestleMania, some ideas.
Take notes, Triple H.
E. Wilkie 93 is here. He says, "Hey, Eric, off topic, but how was it like drinking all those beers with Stone Cold as a general manager in 2003? It looked like such a great time in WWE."
It was one of the best times I had as a performer, as working with Steve. It was so much fun. It was all, we got to improvise, Steve pretty much had carte blanche to do what he wanted to do. And I got to just ride along for the fun of it. And working with Steve without a doubt was one of the most fun things I've ever done.
Well, one of the more fun things that we've done is hanging out with Josh Henney. Shout out to him. He's a top guy over on adfreeshows.com. Appreciate his support. He's got a question here. Should the press conference / media scrum go away so that the next televised show carry the PLE and pay-per-view to draw the audience?
Yes. Again, going back to what I said earlier, if it's not adding to, it's taking away. And I think the scrums take away in general. I just do. Well, you're going to shoot it. If you're going to shoot an angle at it, great. if it's part of the presentation, if it's advancing a story somehow. But to, the behind the scenes shoot comments and trying to get new look, Tony puts himself in a tough spot because, if you get legitimate reporters there, media people there, and they're trying to cover a real story, they're going to ask you questions you're not going to be able to or choose to answer. And you start out in a bad situation because you're not able to give the media the answers that they're really looking for. And that just kind of irritates everybody, and it goes downhill from there. So if you're not able to really answer the types of questions that legitimate media are going to ask you, then go the other way and make it a part of the presentation and advance storylines in it, shoot angles in it, develop an angle in it, use it as the catalyst for an act one of the next pay-per-view, make it mean something or have a purpose. Then great, do them. But otherwise, you're just shoot comments for the internet. That's all it amounts to.
Well, we got some shoot comments from you guys. We did another poll here on YouTube, 83weeks.com, and we wanted to know, what was the greatest incarnation of Sting? Was it the WCW version of Surfer Sting? That got 21% of the vote. Was it the TNA version of Sting, which included the Joker run? That was 9%. Or was it just what we're seeing now, AEW Sting? That got 5%. None of it could hold a candle to WCW Crow Sting. That got 65% of the vote. Why do you think, Eric, that the Crow transformation worked so well? Was it right time, right place? Was it piggybacking the change in our culture and society? I mean, or was it just because it was a true 180 to go from such neon and verbose and ow and over the top to doesn't talk in black and white, more brooding?
All of the above, but it was really, if you go back and you look at the reason why Sting went from Surfer Sting, and let's be honest, Sting, the character, had started to evolve already. It wasn't the flap top, platinum haired Sting any longer. Sting had started to let his hair grow out. He wasn't dyeing it any longer, but he was still in the Surfer Sting gimmick, if you will. So it had already started to evolve. But what the catalyst, the pivot point for Sting's character was the fact that Lex Luger and all of the people that were around the Steiners all of a sudden started doubting Sting. They started questioning him, whether or not he was being honest, whether or not he was really there for WCW. It was a betrayal. It was a sense of betrayal. And that's betrayal is like one of the most common, I think, elements of a story, right? And it was that betrayal that was the catalyst for Surfer Sting to go dark, literally go dark, and become that dark personality and that dark character, that brooding guy that all of a sudden, who would come out to the ring screaming and hooting and hollering, as you would say, to being up in the rafters looking morose and a little frightening. So because the change in character manifests as a result of a change, or manifests as a result of a story point, I think made that character change resonate even more. It made it believable. It allowed people to understand why Sting was up in those rafters. The audience kind of knew, wait a minute, this couldn't have been Sting. Sting couldn't have done all those things that everybody's accusing him of. Because if you remember, we had a fake Sting that was doing all kinds of dastardly shit, right? And we made it look like it was C. Borden's Sting character, but it wasn't. And we did it well enough that it was believable when people within WCW were questioning Sting's real motives. And that sense of betrayal is what created that dark Sting character. And again, I think because the character was born out of the story and not vice versa. It's not like we created a character and built a story around it. The story created the character, and that's pretty rare. Also, I think the reason it got over as well as it did is, let's be honest, it was different then.
Yes.
It was the controversy equation, a part of it, meaning, SARSA, story, anticipation, reality, surprise, and action. This character in the transition from Surfer Sting into the Crow Sting in WCW had all 5 of those elements. It was great story. Anticipation. Every week, people were tuning in to see where he was going to pop up from under the ring. He's going to come out of the ceiling. So he's going to jump out of a helicopter. What the fuck? Where's he coming from? That element of what the fuck, where's he coming from is one of the reasons why that character became so compelling and WCW became so successful during that period of time, because that way of presenting the character was so much different than anything else anybody had ever seen. Another one of the reasons why it worked. The reality of it all, it was believable in the sense of a story because, again, Sting's buddies all of a sudden started questioning his integrity. That sense of betrayal led to what we saw, and it was awesome. But I think more than anything, Conrad, I just think it was because it was so different. How many times did you have your central character up in a not talking, no promos backstage, not standing back there with somebody holding a mic going, I'm going to kick your ass, like every other wrestling promo was that we saw during that time? This was different. Sting didn't have to say a word. He just stood up there and pointed his bat. That said it all. Audience loved it, sucked it up.
Nonsense McGee has chimed back in. He says, okay, decision made. I'm spending $40 here on Super Chats. 11 matches. Sorry, Sting, but have a great match, but I can't buy that. I bet 10 of them are anything but one-on-one matches. Well, let's run through
now
the
who's
card.
being negative? I haven't said a negative thing so far. How long have we been on this show? 46 minutes, 25 seconds, and I haven't said a negative thing yet.
Well, maybe a little negative about the Young Bucks not having a story, but
that's just an opinion. That's not me being negative. That's an opinion.
As far as one-on-one matches, there are only 2 tonight. Will Ospreay and Takeshita, and Eddie Kingston and Bryan Danielson. Well, I guess there's one-on-one with the ladies, Toni Storm and Deanna. Oh wait, I'm wrong. Look at there. We got Christian Cage and Daniel Garcia in singles match, and Orange Cassidy and Roderick Strong too. There's just a lot of managers involved. So we got 5 singles matches, a total of 11 though. It's going to be quite the day, quite the card, which is why we probably need to get to a few more questions here. Bill wants to know, other than Sting's last match, do you guys believe AEW is on the downfall? It seems to me like AEW or WWE is way better at storytelling under Paul. I seem to think so. Well, listen, I think we're sort of squishing 2 topics together there. Is the WWE riding high right now? Yes. Are they enjoying a lot of the benefits of a new way of storytelling without Vince McMahon? Yes. Is AEW hotter than ever right now? No. But I don't think hotter than ever and on the downfall are the same thing. What say you, Eric?
Look, I look at it, I'm not emotionally invested, and I know a lot of fans are. And I know that's one of the reasons why when I make the comments I make, some people get really pissed off because they're emotionally invested. They want AEW to be successful regardless of anything.
Yeah.
I want them to be successful too, but I look at the business of the wrestling business. I don't look at the emotion of the wrestling business. I don't care how nice people are. I don't care how generous people are. I don't care how friendly people are. I care about the results. And are they effective? Are they growing the business? And I don't know how one can look at AEW from a ratings perspective. They're holding steady. There's a positive way to say it. They're holding steady. They're pretty much at an average of about 850,000 viewers for their A show, that being Dynamite. Everything else trails off pretty dramatically. Dynamite and Collision, probably half of that. Less than half of that on average. Now, maybe you can take a glass half full approach, and like Dave Meltzer constantly points out, yeah, but cable television ratings have dropped 22% over the course of the year. So the fact that AEW has only dropped 5% over the course of the year means they're actually winning. You could do that, and you can argue that, and you could probably find someone to agree with you from that analysis. But when you look at wrestling being as hot as it is, the success that WWE is having, the fact that their ratings continue to grow year over year, despite the fact that the television audience is shrinking, suggests to me that AEW is not benefiting from an overall uplift in wrestling awareness and interest as it should be. And if you look at the house show numbers, or excuse me, even the ticket sales for their A show Dynamite, they couldn't put 3,000 people in Huntsville last week.
Oh, they did.
Okay, what was the attendance?
I don't know, but it was
3,011, something like that.
I don't know, but I'll be honest. When I came out, I was shocked at how many people were there.
It was about 3,000. Before the show, 2 hours before the show on WrestleTix, there were still 64 tickets available in a 2,900 seat setup. So it is what it is. And you can look at WrestleTix, you can track their ticket sales in their venues. They're having a hard time putting 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people in a venue for their A show. That's not a good sign. Now you have your one-offs, what they're doing in Greensboro. Absolutely fantastic number. 16,000 in any business environment is a great number. Obviously, Wembley, we all know about it. We've heard it. Obviously, off the charts, great numbers. So there are examples you can point to go, wow, they're growing, or wow, they're trending in the right way. But unfortunately, those are more or less one-offs and not consistent. Do I think they can get there eventually? But I think you and I both know, we both know a lot of people that work there. We both hear some of the same things. There are growing pains that exist in any young business.
Yes.
So I'm not being critical. It takes time. And Tony is going through that. I don't see growth. I see steady to slightly declining, numbers, but that doesn't mean it's a death spiral. That just means something needs to be fixed. Let's talk about that. Jennifer Pepperman, WWE. Jennifer was there before I got there in 2019. She's an accomplished writer. She understands episodic TV. A lot of fans are, oh, yeah, she won Emmys for soap operas. Oh, it's a soap opera. Who cares about soap operas? Are episodic. Those stories have to hold your interest 5 days a week from episode to episode to episode. There's a tremendous amount of value with someone that really has a feel and understanding and the ability to tell episodic stories for professional wrestling. That's what makes it grow. So I think there's moves being made. There'll probably be more moves being made in the future. So I'm optimistic that AEW can find an upward swing, but I'm not like drinking anybody's Kool-Aid to suggest that they're, on some kind of an upward trajectory path, because they're just not.
We're having a lot of fun here on the live chat. Hope you'll join us and be a part of our membership opportunity as well. I want to give a shout out. We said earlier, Josh Henney is a part of us, or actually Triple H joined, but Josh Henney has just joined and become a member. Want to shout him out, and want to shout out Mick Mack, who's always bringing the questions fast and furious. Want to thank Adam Tanner as well. My goodness, though, but check this out, Eric. John McCardle has gifted, I can't believe this is real, 50 memberships. John, thank you so much.
Wow.
Generous.
That is awesome.
My goodness. Can't thank you enough, John. Appreciate all you do for us. And be sure to tell your friends, boys and girls, this is the place to be. Become a member here at 83weeks.com. How about that, John? I mean, Eric, John not only signed up, he gifted 50 memberships. That's unbelievable.
That's unbelievable. Thank you so much, John. It's so exciting. I'm by the way, did you get your plaque, Conrad?
I did not.
I got my YouTube plaque. Now, I don't have it out here. I'm going to bring it out here for the wrap-up show because I'm so proud of it. But I want to thank everybody that's on board here at 83 Weeks on YouTube, because we broke that 100,000 mark about 2 weeks ago. I think we're up to about 107,000, and my goal is to get it up to at least 200,000 before the end of the year. So thank all of you very, very much. Much appreciated. And John especially, man, that was awesome.
My goodness. We really appreciate all the support. I'm a little overwhelmed, man. Thank you so much, John. That's a really big deal. We greatly appreciate that. I know Jeff Jarrett didn't appreciate being on the losing side, but match number 1 is now done. The Bang Bang Scissor Gang, which has got to be one of the sillier names in pro wrestling history for a faction. They have won. Of course, Jay White, one of the most decorated New Japan wrestlers of all time. He's got the mic here in Greensboro. Only about 35 minutes remain before the actual pay-per-view starts. And Eric, the questions are stacking up. So let's try to rattle through some of these. James Martin wants to know, hey, Eric, current stardom aside, who did you think was a better in-ring worker and in-ring general, Dustin or Cody?
Well, I can't speak to Cody because I've never really worked with Cody. I worked with Dustin, obviously. So I'm going to have to go with Dustin just because I'm familiar.
Cody would not be offended with that.
I would hope not.
Chug Alert says, is there any booker you can see that could help bring AEW to the mainstream, like a Nick Khan? I know he's not old school, but he helped mold WWE. Well, I don't think that's a story concern for Nick. I mean, Nick is the business guy. Could Nick Khan be worth his weight in gold for AEW? I'm sure of that. But as far as creative, I don't know that that's necessarily his deal.
No.
And just based on what we know about AEW, I don't think they're really soliciting new ideas. I think Tony Khan likes being the booker. And man, if we're asking him to cook supper, he gets to pick the groceries. I think that's kind of the way it is. What say you, Eric?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think that's therein lies the problem or the challenge is as long as Tony Khan believes he's the best opportunity there is for creative and is going to control creative, then it is what it is. And I don't think anybody should expect anything to change. But I think eventually people figure shit out. And there's a lot of people right now in the AEW. Tony doesn't have to go outside of AEW to hire anybody.
No.
You just don't. There are plenty of, I didn't even mention Mike Mansouri, who's the director, probably directing tonight's show. Extremely talented guy. And there are a lot of things that a guy like Mike Mansouri could contribute to the creative process. I'm not talking about laying out week-to-week stories and plot points and twists and turns and that kind of thing. But in terms of being able to really execute a story that's already been told, I would want a guy like Mike Mansouri on my creative team and at all of the meetings, because that input can be very, very helpful in really telling a story. Jen Peppermint, as we just talked about, if I were Tony right now, I'd give her the book. I'd give her time. I'd let her have some time to get familiar with everybody, 3, 4, 5, 6 months. Let her get a feel for the process. Let her come up with her own valuations of talent. And then I'd give her the book. I would. You have to try. You have to find somebody that's better at it than you are. No matter how good you are. Vince McMahon, for decades, everybody I talked to used to drive me batshit fucking crazy. Vince McMahon is a creative genius. He's not that creative genius, smart, but he's not that creative. But he was extremely creative. And you look at the things that were done that helped build WWE to be the $9 billion global empire that it is. But Vince's time came, and it was time for someone else to do it. And I think when Tony realizes there are other people out there who are better at booking than he is, and he has a confidence in himself, because it's an ego thing, that's what it is, folks. But when he has enough confidence in himself to step away and let somebody else sink or swim, that's when you're probably going to start seeing better creative. Until then, just be happy with what you have.
Here's a spoiler. Old Jen Peppermint ain't getting the book. Not going to happen. But what is going to happen is a bunch of people are going to get a hookup on a free membership. I can't believe this is real. Thank you so much, Nonsense McGee. You've donated a bunch of memberships too. 10 new memberships here on 83weeks.com. Greatly appreciate your support. And I hope you'll be sticking around and watching the post show with us as well. Hey man, if you guys are pumped for Sting's last match, we want to see that too sweet emoji. I think we created it special for this live stream, and we are celebrating all things Sting. So throw us that too sweet emoji if you're pumped for tonight's show and Sting's last match. Let's do some questions here, Eric. We got them stacking up here. Adam wants to know, hey, Eric, could you give us some insight onto the awesome Sting spot from Nitro where he rescued DDP from the NWO by taking him into the rafters? Normally, we've seen Sting come down, but one time we saw him go back up with a prone Diamond Dallas Page. Were you nervous about that? Do you remember that day?
I wasn't nervous. I didn't have to do it. I was just watching like everybody else. we were constantly looking for surprises, different ways of doing things. We'd seen Sting come down. People still loved it. You know, they reacted, they anticipated it. Everybody came to those nitros waiting for Sting to come out of the ceiling. So it was kind of it was a little bit of pressure on us to find new and different ways of creating that energy for Sting. And I don't know who came up with the idea. Somebody did somewhere along the way and said, hey, how about having him come down and then go back up? And I think we all went, ooh, that sounds fun. And I saw that clip the other day because of Sting's retirement, and people are sending clips of some of their favorite Sting memories. And someone posted that and tagged me on social media, and I looked at that and I thought, man, can you imagine what was going through Paige's mind?
No.
Because Sting had done that a bunch of times. He was kind of like, he was pretty comfortable with it. I'm sure he was a little concerned about hauling Paige's 250-pound ass up into the ceiling with him, because that was a new wrinkle. But can you imagine being DDP? Because he'd never done that before. That was a leap of faith for sure.
No doubt about it. Matt wants to know, gentlemen, can a happy medium be found between running a place with an iron fist while also allowing for creative freedom? I feel Vince's hyper control and Tony's casual method both fail. I don't know how we could say that either one necessarily fail, but I do think that you got to have a happy medium. Like, you can't let, and you were accused of this once upon a time, the inmates running the asylum, but you can also be so, rigid in your thinking that maybe you miss some opportunities. And we've certainly heard about that in wrestling before too. I think there has to be a happy medium. What say you, Eric?
There is, and there's a lot of, it's funny. The question was, somewhere in that question was, Vince's iron fist, and that was not true at all. One of the most frustrating experiences that I had when I went back there in 2019 was the process itself. I couldn't adapt to the process. One of the aspects of the process that I had a hard time adapting to was the fact that we'd get TV laid out. Everybody would work all weekend, like Saturdays and Sundays. You're working your ass off because you got to get those formats over to Vince by Sunday night, so he has them to read before he gets on the jet Monday morning, because Monday morning on the jet, he's going to want to go over the show. Now, hopefully you've gone over it a bunch of times with him during the weekend, and we had lead writers that would do that. But inevitably, you'd get to the building, everybody on that plane, everybody on the creative team that was there, assumed they had a format we were going to go to the bank with. And then about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, right after the production meeting was over, talent would start lining up outside of Vince's office. Inevitably, things started changing as a result of the talent outside of Vince's office. Now, it was much more orderly. There wasn't people refusing. There were people saying, no, I'm not going to do that. But you had talent politicking, selling, if you will, petitioning for changes that they felt would be better suited for their characters. You have to listen to talent. I mean, they're artistic people. They're creative people. Yes, they're athletic. Yes, they have a unique skill set that very few people have in terms of their abilities in the ring. But at their core, they're very creative people. And the last thing you want to do to someone who's a creative instinct or a creative person is to shut them down and not even listen to what they have to say. But there is that balance. And there's balance. Absolutely, there's balance. But there's also a better process. Having those conversations the day of the show is suicide. It's production and creative suicide, to be making changes based on talent input day of the show. I've been there. I've done it. I'm a victim of it. I was a perpetrator of it in some respects because I didn't prevent it. I think the better way is to plan far enough ahead where talent has input as to what's going to happen while there's time to plan and adjust before the day of production. I think AEW's problem was the same as WCW's problem, which is the same as WWE's problem when I went back there in 2019, is lack of pre-planning. Those formats should be put to bed a week in advance. The idea of coming up with a format and getting an approval on a Sunday night so that you could fly out of town Monday morning and produce a show that's going to end up changing a dozen or more times anyway was unbelievably frustrating for everybody involved. I think Tony's probably suffering some of that same fate. The idea is to engage talent, listen to them. They're going to have great ideas too. It's not like you're just listening to them for the sake of listening to them, just to be courteous and be professional. Listen for the good ideas. They're going to come, but you've got to do it before day of, not hours before a show.
Well, we appreciate you guys showing up hours before the show. Shout out to Colin Meter, who's also joined our club here, our membership. He's joined the Bischoff World Order, I guess we'll call it, here at 83weeks.com. Want to shout out Triple H too. He made a donation and said, I need Mr. Bischoff's help in WWE Creative.
No, I don't think they need anybody's help in WWE Creative.
I think they're doing just fine right now. David McKenzie says, here's a new poll idea. Will Sting show up tan? Well, you're going to be hearing that a lot one tonight.
Well, he better, because if he doesn't, then all bets are off. He could be doing a job right in the middle of the ring. Who knows?
Also want to thank Bill Gaffney for donating to the cause. He says, thanks for answering my question. Greatly appreciate that. Change Wanting says, Eric, I'm a mark for your hot takes. Always a fan. Well, thanks for that, Change Wanting. We greatly appreciate you donating today. Here's a little fun one from Mick Mac, and here's a spoiler. The answer is no. There will not be Ric Flair wrestling Sting at StarCast 2025. This is indeed Sting's last match. Ric Flair has indeed had his last match. Shout out to John Westbrooks for just joining the club at 83weeks.com. Greatly appreciate you becoming a member here on the live stream at 83weeks.com. Here's another question for you, Eric. Which is worse, Kurt Angle having his last match with Baron Corbin or Sting with the Bucks? Come on, man. That's not comparable. One's a main event. One's in the middle of a show. All right. Well,
that was just kind of a negative comment. And look, I don't know what the fan had against Baron Corbin. Baron Corbin was fun to watch. I enjoyed Baron's character. I understand.
Well, I think it was out of nowhere. You said there wasn't a story for Sting's last match. I think there was even less of a story for Kurt Angle's last match.
I agree.
All of a sudden thrown in there with Baron Corbin, and we don't hear behind the scenes, oh, this is really what Kurt wanted. No, we hear behind the scenes, no, he really wanted John Cena, and they said, well, fuck off. You got Baron Corbin instead. Coach Rosie says, Eric, how would you book Sting's last match? So, Eric, that's a good question. If we know we're going to go with a tag match, if we know that going in, it's going to be a tag. Do you see something on the board in AEW that made more sense, maybe? Or do you like the Bucks? You just wish there was more story.
I like the Bucks. I wish there was better story. There's nothing against the Bucks. You can put anybody in there if providing they can deliver inside of the ring with the right story. My only issue, and I guess it doesn't really matter, right? It's Sting's last match. That's what people are coming for. Maybe they don't need a story. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. We'll find out. But I would have wanted more story. If I was Sting, I would have wanted a better story to go out the door with. That's all. That's just me. Maybe it doesn't matter.
What would you, when you say, I hear you when you say you want more story. They beat up his kids. Would you have preferred they shot his wife, or what would you have liked for them to do for Sting?
I would like some fucking motivation, smartass. How about a reason why that was actually compelling and interesting, as opposed to just throwing some shit up against the wall and hoping it sticks and calling it a storyline?
You ain't got to get hot about it.
I'm not hot. You ain't seen me hot yet.
Well, let's see if we can get there. Brian Elliott says, wanted to say thanks to Eric for all the years of entertainment throughout my childhood in the 90s. Your insight and knowledge is always a treat to listen to. Sting versus NWO is my favorite storyline of all time. God bless. And I think a lot of people think that, Eric, and I've seen that comment more and more lately, that Sting versus the NWO might actually be the best storyline of all time. And I know you've said, nah, it's the bloodline. That's going to make you feel good all these years later. People still talking about it like that, right?
Occasionally, I still, it's like, what was the name of that? There was a television series that I loved so much, and everybody did. I can't remember the name of it anymore, but it was a great series. I'll think of it before this is over with. And everybody was so excited about the final episode, and the final episode shit the bed. And like seasons of great television, people putting it over and critically acclaimed and Emmy talk and this talk and best director of a series and all that happy horseshit. And then the last episode sucked. And that's all people remembered. So that's when people bring up, Sting versus the NWO, it was a great story. And I'm proud of the way we built it. I'm proud of the fact that we had a storyline that lasted well over a year and stayed compelling, stayed episodic, kept people wondering for over a year. But then we shit the bed. That's all the people remember.
There's a little bit of a debate on social media right now, and I'm actually seeing it in our live chat here, where people are saying they don't think Sting is going to be in the main event. I would be shocked if he's not in the main event. Can you imagine there being a scenario where he's not the main event?
Not that I can imagine, but things happen. We talked about it just a few moments ago about how things changed at the last minute and change day of. I can't. No, I don't know Tony Khan at all. I only know of him through conversations and what we see on television and what I read and hear from people like you that do know him. I can't imagine a scenario where Tony didn't want Sting to be in the main event, but something could have happened throughout the course of the day to change that. Maybe. Hope not, but maybe.
It's going to be fun to see how this all shakes out tonight. Of course, right now they're still in the pre-show. We got the ladies doing their thing, Sky Blue and Willow Nightingale, and man, it's filling up in there. It's going to be a big crowd. Let's get through a big crowd of questions here. James Martin wants to know, hey, Eric, who would be in your WCW Mount Rushmore? Would Sting be included? So there's 4 on the Mount Rushmore. What do you say? The 4 pillars, if you will, of WCW. Does feel like Sting's on there.
Flair, Sting, Luger, and Hogan.
Wow. Okay. I like Luger because you're going old school. You keep it all the way through. You can't deny Hogan. Man, I don't know that a lot of people would have guessed that, but that's pretty cool. I'm good with it. Flair.
I mean, if you look back, it's just Sting and Lex. We're talking a lot about Sting for obvious reasons, but Sting and Lex both occupied such a high profile in WCW early on that I don't know that you could exclude either one of them from that conversation. Obviously, Ric Flair, don't even need to talk about that. It goes without saying. And I think Hogan, because really, if it hadn't been for Hogan, WCW would have folded its tent back in 1994, 1995.
I guess you and I were talking, but Renee actually made the announcement to the live crowd there on the pre-show that the title match with Samoa Joe, Hangman Adam Page, and Swerve Strickland, that's going to close the show tonight, not Sting.
Wow.
So, with that in mind, do you start with Sting? Do you go second to last for Sting? Where would you put Sting on the card if it's not going last, Eric?
Wow, that surprises me.
Me too.
I'd go semi-main. I wouldn't want to follow that.
No, sir.
That's going to be a little challenging, that's another reason why I find this weird.
Well, let me say this too. I don't have any inside information. And even if I do, I'm going to play like I don't. But I'm going to assume that tonight's entrance for Sting is going to be badass. Now, I'm not saying that he's going to rappel down, but I'm saying we just saw that. And it does feel like he's going to go out with a bang. We've seen some really cool entrances through the years. I think tonight is going to be a cool one for Sting. And to follow that and hopefully a feel-good moment. I mean, I hope that he wins and retires undefeated. I'm with you. Going out there after that adrenaline dump, after everybody really paid to see that.
That's weird because that's why everybody's there.
Yeah.
They didn't sell 16,000 tickets because of the great stories that are being told and the interest in all the undercard matches. It's just being honest. I'm not being negative. Anybody that's honest would probably agree with that without much resistance.
It makes me wonder, do you think Tony is worried that people will assume, that, because listen, Rick's last match got a lot of criticism because Rick wasn't Rick of old, and you had other very talented performers in there, but the match just didn't deliver on any expectations, least of all Rick's. Maybe he's thinking, hey, we need to barn burner. We need to send people out with what AEW was built on, a bunch of, crazy, hard hitting, strong style, and Swerve Strickland, Hangman Adam Page, and Samoa Joe can certainly deliver that. Maybe he's thinking old school, the world title's the main event. It should go last. I don't know, but I do think that will be the talking point coming out of this show. But our talking point right now is to shout out Travis Medway. Appreciate you joining and becoming a new member here at 83weeks.com. And want to also plug that Sky Bearer. He is joined as well. Thank you guys for joining the Bischoff World Order, I guess we'll call it here on 83weeks.com. And we're looking for those Sting emojis. If you're pumped about Sting's last match, let's see those in the live chat. American Hippie number 7 has a question here, Eric. We're home stretching it. We've only got 14 minutes left before the pay-per-view starts. We're going to try to blitz through like 11 questions here. American Hippie 7 says, Eric Bischoff, Tony Khan asked you to do creative at AEW. Would you do it?
Nope.
I can't imagine that would be something you would consider. Travis Medway says, slightly off topic, but WWE's on fire production-wise. The camera angles, the smaller event entrances, it all seems grittier. Will Netflix have a big sway on the production of Raw?
I doubt it. They know what they're getting. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. No, they may have an opinion every now and then. Networks do, studios do. They have a whole floor of executives that are only there to give notes on other people's ideas and work. So you're going to get notes, you're going to get suggestions, but I don't think they'll go beyond that.
Excellent question here from Kevin Kimball. I'm an old school fan from the Mid-South Territory in Mississippi. Other than obvious decades, what made Territory days better at stories and action? Eric, it's got to be because you were in the same town every single week, right? Like you had to have a congruent, it had to make sense. There had to be a story that would get me to come down every single Tuesday, not just once a year or twice a year when wrestling's in town, but every week. That was the difference, right?
It was the difference. And the storytelling had to be there. It had to be episodic. It had to escalate. Otherwise, the promoter would go out of business. And I think, look, things were so much different than they are today in terms of time. You could go out there and cut a longer promo if you were good at it. You learned to get good at it because you were selling tickets. Your abilities on the mic were determined by the tickets that people bought to come and see you. And you learned that skill, just like you learned how to do a great drop kick, or you learned how to chain wrestle. You learned how to sell tickets with that microphone in your hand. And that's why guys like Roddy Piper and Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan and so many others, Randy Savage, so many of the other greats that became greats in a modern television era, but they developed those skills in those regional territories. That's where they saw people who were success when they were breaking in, when Randy Savage was breaking into whatever territory he was breaking into as a young performer who was just learning. He's watching some of the greats who had learned for decades, promoting, trying to sell tickets in a weekly territory or monthly territory like Virginia had. And that's where you learned and developed those skills. That's the challenge today, I think, because everything is so television driven. Talent, you got to get out there and get yourself over in a minute and 30 seconds or 2 minutes. If you're really lucky and you're really good at it, you'll get more time, and maybe you'll be in the ring and you'll have the benefit of the audience kind of giving your promo credibility and creating even more emotion than you're able to create with the microphone alone. But for most talent who are doing these just horribly dated backstage promos with an announcer holding the stick, they have no idea what they're doing, and they're not getting any better at it in the process. That's the difference, is really, I think, not the physical skills. Wrestlers today are so much, probably just like any athlete, bigger, faster, stronger, no doubt about it. But they lack the ability to connect with the audience like performers did back in the regional territories for the reasons we discussed.
Inside of 11 minutes now on the pre-show, Travis Medway says, "Hey, Eric, was there anything specific you had to manage during the long build to Sting and Hogan? Was anyone impatient? Was there any internal pressure to speed up the build or press go?"
Zero. I mean, everybody was having so much fun with it. I mean, every week it was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe, wow, we got a bigger reaction this week than we did last week. I mean, we were topping ourselves each and every week. The audience was reacting more and more and more in each and every week. So nobody was like anxious to blow it off at all.
Skybear5 is chiming in to say, "Can't say it means it's legit card order, but the graphic they're sharing online shows the Sting match at the end with the trios match just before. And there's a lot of debate, man. You know, should this close the show today? We actually did a poll here. Should Sting's match go on last? Hell yeah, got 79%. Depends on the storyline, got 7%. And no, the world title should be last, got 14%. So I think the overwhelming consensus is it should close the show. We'll see if that is the big takeaway and what people are talking about after today. Rexall Lee Master says, "History proves when a great booker with great talent can flip a company. Bill Dundee turned Mid-South around with talent and great story." I mean, listen, I hear that people are saying things like turn around, but if you've been listening to Tony Khan's media call, he's expecting huge increases on the rights fees. He's the guy who's deciding whether or not this thing is in the right direction or not. If he's happy and the checks are clearing, enjoy the wrestling. Antonio Santos says, "What's up, Eric and Conrad? Appreciate you showing up, Mr. Santos. It means a lot for us to you to spend some time with us as we're home stretching about 8.5 minutes before the pay-per-view starts." Scott Bott, appreciate you throwing to the call, says, "Eric and Conrad, what do you think about the report of the Sting match not being the main event? I would get it should be the world title, most always be last, but I don't know. I think you and I are aligned here, Eric. We both think Sting should go on last. I can't see any other thinking. I understand it's not our call, but even the folks who are watching with us here on the live stream, the overwhelming majority thinks Sting should go last. Do you think that's going to be the hot button issue at the press conference after the show?"
I'm sure somebody will bring it up. I think at the end of it all, though, if Sting's match, if he delivers a great match, and I completely expect that he will because of everybody else involved and their commitment to it, I know that they're going to have a great match. I'm hoping that Sting gets his hand raised in the middle and there's a lot of really positive emotion. And if it's not the main event, whatever the action is in the main event, there's some great talent in that match. Hopefully they can deliver, satisfy everybody, and it just isn't a big topic of conversation. Because let's face it, people, this is Sting's night. Here's the only qualification I have. If I see Sting smiling in that ring with his hand raised and his chin up, it was worth the price it cost to buy the pay-per-view. I'm happy. It delivered. That's it. That's the only thing I care about. If everything else is solid and entertaining and nobody gets hurt, whether it's the last match or not, I prefer that it be, but it won't matter. If it's a great match, Sting leaves happy, we should all leave happy and just quit bitching about it.
Darren Staley says, "What's the over-under on old school people from Crockett showing up tonight? I'm at 3, not counting the announcers." So he says not counting the announcers. He says 3, but I'm assuming we're going to include Flair. Maybe you say that doesn't count because he's already on the roster. I expect to see a lot of wrestling luminaries and dignitaries and legends for Sting's last match. Don't you?
I hope so. I hope to see Lex there. I saw a rumor that he might be there. I don't know if it's true or not.
Well, let me go ahead and tell you, Lex is there. You won't see him on camera. So he's there, but you won't see him on the show tonight.
Okay.
Well, I don't think you'll see Diamond Dallas Page on the show either, but he's there. I don't believe Kevin Nash is there. There's a handful of guys who have WWE deals where they just can't appear on camera. And I know some people are going to blame the guys for that, but who would have predicted that this would be a circumstance? They're still there to support their friend, and that's what's most important. I think we would all agree on that. Carl Hayes agrees with us. Surprised that Sting isn't in the final match tonight. Renee said the triple threat is. Yeah, we're all surprised. Shout out to you too, Carl. Day one supporter of what we do here. And we got to get up and have some Saugus wings soon at Kowloon's. Nonsense McGee says, do you think we'll see a Ding Dongs run in tonight? Eric, I don't think
that'd be great, wouldn't it?
I mean, I think if we could probably find a couple of goofs to dress up in an orange suit. I did that once in Baltimore. We may have those somewhere. David M has a silly, fun question. I'm sure you'll have a blast with this, Eric. Eric, how would you book Conrad in prime WCW late 90s if he was on the roster? The answer is I'm going to get speared and jackhammered. That's what's going to happen.
The jackhammer would be fun to watch. I think you might have put Bill Goldberg to the test on that one, brother.
Well, I'm just saying if he can do Big Show, goodness gracious.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Mick Mac says
he did slam Big Show, didn't he?
Yeah, he jackhammered Big Show.
That's fucking amazing.
Mick Mac says, I was watching Taboo Tuesday 04 and was wondering if there was any chance of wearing the dress for a month, getting up in the vote. Would you have done it? Would you have worn a dress on TV for a month if you if those were the stakes for a match, Eric?
Yep. That would have been fun as hell.
You're a good.
If you're a performer and you're afraid to do, if you're afraid of making a fool of yourself as a performer, you should not be a performer. You cannot take yourself so seriously, especially with a character like mine. You know, I was the evil boss. I was the smarmy, manipulative prick everybody wanted to hate. So to see that character forced to wear a dress, oh God, that would have been hilarious.
What do you think of this video we're watching now on the Countdown show? All the footage of Sting through the years. You know, they managed to license some footage from New Japan. So we got to see Surfer Sting all colorful. We got to see him in Muda. Of course, there's no WCW footage. There's no NWA footage. There's no WWE footage, but there is New Japan footage. What I find interesting about this, and I don't know what was requested and what wasn't, but we've heard once upon a time when they had John Cena's 20th year or whatever it was, WWE requested and AEW allowed guys like Bryan Danielson and guys like Big Show and guys like Paul White and Mark Henry to come on and make comments. And AEW wrestlers technically appeared on WWE programming. But we're not seeing any WWE cooperation on this. Do you think WWE turned it down, or maybe Tony just didn't want to ask?
No idea. I know, WWE's very protective over trademarks and copyrights, like really protective, as you know. And I could see them not wanting to necessarily license Sting footage. But my experience with them is they're generally not that difficult to enter into a quid pro quo with, especially if at some point in the future you may want to work with them. So, who knows? I don't know any of the details behind the scenes.
That was not my experience with WWE for Sting's last match. I let him use my robes. I let him use my belts. I went and did an interview for him. My wife took off work and she went and did an interview for him. Thought we had an understanding. And then at the last minute, they wanted to charge me something like 10 grand a minute to license footage.
Wow.
So that's the reason you didn't see a bunch of licensed footage from WWE in the documentary series that we did for Sting's or for Rick's last match. We got a couple more, and then we're going to be right up against it for the start of the pay-per-view. UK Goalie Network says Sting's last match, regardless of opponents, is what has sold the tickets for the show. It should 100% be the last match. I think we're all pretty much agreeing with you there. Alex,
you might want to text Tony and tell him to rethink this in case he's decided to flip that main event around.
I mean, legitimately, Tony is probably monitoring that, or somebody is on his behalf. It would not surprise me if that changed. That could have been our guy Derek Sabato, who has a bunch of friends in wrestling, says that Sting is the semi-main event. So I guess that is going to go right before. We'll see what they have planned. Maybe, I don't know, we see something else special happen in the main event. Maybe a debut or a return. I don't know. We'll see. Alex D says, Conrad, how do you and fellow wrestling savants like John Alba tolerate all the negativity towards AEW? It must be tiring. Just watch what you like. Yeah, I agree, man. Watch what you like. I'll be honest. I record Raw, I record SmackDown, I record Collision, I record Dynamite. I just fast forward and I find exactly what I want. I watch the things I want that I like, and then I just fast forward the things I don't like. And I think everybody would be a lot happier if they adopted that same line of thinking. But that's the go home line right there from Sting. It's showtime. The pay per view is about to start. We'll do one last live question, and then we will be back at the conclusion of the pay per view. Be sure to join us here at 83weeks.com immediately following. Hit that subscribe button, turn the notifications bell on. We've got the membership opportunity pinned to the top. If you ask a question during the stream, we will come back and hit you with that when we return at the conclusion of the show. Dustin B says, since Sting's match isn't last, do you think there might be shenanigans planned in the main event involving Sting or the Bucks? I can't imagine that Sting has his last match and then comes back out for the singles match. That's it for Sting, right?
Nope, can't see that. Can't see that. But I encourage everybody to come back for the post-game show. I'm looking forward to breaking this thing down, and hopefully it lives up to everybody's expectations, and I can't wait to see you all again.
This is going to be a lot of fun. You're going to get Eric's live reaction after a few cocktails from Revolution. Go enjoy the pay-per-view, boys and girls. We'll see you immediately after right here at 83weeks.com.
There's been a lot of great.
So we are back. Revolution is in the books for 2024. Sting has had his last match. He is going to retire undefeated and tag team champion. And I can't wait to pick Eric's brain. What a night. What a celebration. It's still happening live inside the arena. Scotty Riggs on looking alongside Magnum TA, and Nikita Koloff is there, and little shout out for Tony Schiavone. Special moment as Sting is now embracing his sons who came out as sort of Wolfpack Sting and USA Sting. What'd you think, Eric? Sting's last match in the books. You're muted, Pat.
Through the crowd. I mean, the crowd was so into it. How could you not be excited about that match? I'm not even going to comment on the type of match. It's not my favorite. Everybody knows that it was a gimmick match. But you know what? In this case, I think it was a good choice. It was a great choice. The match had drama, great psychology. I love the fact that Sting, brought his two sons with him, dressed in the previous incarnations of the Sting character. That was a cool little touch. A couple nice video packages, setting everything up, setting the mood. But the crowd was so ready for this that how could you not enjoy it?
Really special. Right now inside the arena, Sting has made his way to the top of the stage, and he's hugging all the talent. He started with Dax Harwood, and then Chris Jericho, and then Tony Khan, and now Wardlow, and he's making his way through. It's a sellout out of the curtain, they used to say, but this time it's not behind the curtain. They're out front. Man, it's an outpouring of Sting today. It was a special day for sure. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. You want to talk about high stakes? I never expected to see glass used in this last match. Darby Allin came up looking like a scene from Passion of the Christ movie. I mean, that's death match city right there. And he even joked off air, hey, I'm going to run to the hospital right quick. I think that's a good call. But yeah, man, they got me all in the feels. I thought the video that led to Sting's last match, the little last minute pre-hype video of him in the theater, was tremendous. And then we actually got to see the entrance itself with his sons coming out as the different incarnations. And then here comes the Metallica song. Just really a special night, a special moment. If this is the type of match he wanted and the type of story he wanted to tell, he's going around ringside now, shaking everybody's hand. What a class act Sting is. I think this is the proper farewell, man.
Well, and this is the part I wanted to see. The other day you and I taped 83 Weeks, which will air tomorrow, obviously, first thing in the morning. And we talked about, or you asked me, what do I hope to see? And I'm seeing what I hope to see. What I hope to see was Steve Borden enjoying the moment, sucking up every bit of emotion, so that he remembers every second of this night. And I'm sure that he will. You think about what has he been in the business, 37 years, 36 years, whatever it's been. His career really started off in the same building in many respects. What a big night. And Tony there and JR, listening to them on commentary. I was in the chat room earlier during the show. And when JR came on, I said, man, this is like macaroni and cheese for my ears. It's comfort food for my head. Listening to Tony and JR. It was such a classy move. Glad Tony pulled that together.
As we know, Sting just turned 64 years old last year. So here in just a few weeks, he will be 65. And, as a young man, I've always heard, when you retire at 62, 65, or you're on the work forever plan. Well, we know Sting is off the work forever plan. He's going to retire just a day shy of his 65th birthday. And that's what's crazy to think, too, the longevity of this character. Like, I think when WCW went down, a lot of people assumed that was the last time we would see Sting wrestle. That was March 26, 2001. We didn't really see him again until 2005 in TNA. That's a long time to lay off before you come back. I think most people would have assumed that was it. And then, as we said, every year with TNA, we were told, hey, it's just a 1-year deal. Are you surprised that Sting was still active here in 2024?
I was. Sting doesn't necessarily enjoy the public eye in the light. He's a very, very private person. And I think his character, one of the reasons that, Sting probably felt as comfortable in the industry as he did is he was able to maintain his anonymity outside of the ring.
Yes.
Obviously in Atlanta, people knew who he was, but, outside of Atlanta and out in the public, because he always wore the face paint and the gimmick and was always dressed up, he was able to throw on a cap and a pair of sunglasses and just kind of be a regular guy. But the fact that Steve is not the kind of guy that just needs the limelight, that surprised me more than anything, that he stayed in the industry as long as he did, because he made a lot of money. He didn't do it because he needed to. He did it because he loved it. Good for him.
Good for him indeed. He's just made his way to David Crockett. He is at this very moment hugging David Crockett, having just greeted Magnum and Nikita. And it's really cool to see how many people showed up to pay respect to Sting and just hanging around ringside, including his longtime agent for personal appearances. Gilbert was there in the front row. Did it meet your expectations as far as checking all the nostalgia boxes, but also trying to have a modern presentation of Sting? I mean, I don't know what I expected, but I was pleased. As I mentioned, I liked the pre-match video and the special entrance, and it felt special. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for.
It did. And the Young Bucks, I know I've been critical of their heel personas because they just don't make good heels, in my opinion. But they worked their ass off. They were 100% committed to make this match as good as it could possibly be, as did Darby, obviously. Everybody put in 1,000% effort, and I'm happy for all of them. I really am. It's great for the Young Bucks to have been part of this. It's great for Darby Allin to be a part of this. These guys will remember this all their lives. This will be a highlight of their careers. something that they'll be talking about forever. And that's magic when those moments happen, especially when you know that they're happening. Oftentimes you don't realize that something that you didn't realize was going to be important to you 20 years down the road. You don't know it in the moment, but I think in this moment, everybody in that ring, everybody at ringside knew that this is going to be one of those special memories. And I'm happy for every single one of them, including the audience who got to be there and see it live.
What's unfortunate is it wasn't all high fives everywhere all night long. We started the show not too long after the show started. People started having problems with their Bleacher Report experience. Tony Khan even tweeted out, "Thank you for watching hashtag AEW Revolution tonight. For anyone with issues ordering on at Bleacher Report, I understand BR's app has now fixed the issue on most platforms. Plus, just to ensure everyone can view the pay-per-view, we've now been cleared to offer Revolution on Fight TV in the US as well." Now, we don't know how big of an issue this was, Eric, but just so everyone listening understands, Fight has always had the rights, as I understand it, to broadcast their pay-per-views for AEW internationally, just not domestically. Of course, Warner Brothers, being the television partner for AEW, they would like to get a shot at that revenue. So they've used the AEW relationship to drive traffic to Bleacher Report, which, as far as I know, is the only reason anyone uses that app. And I guess there were some issues tonight. And you, once upon a time at a Halloween Havoc, had some similar issues. Huge pay-per-view, a lot of people interested in Goldberg DDP, but yikes, maybe the system failed. This could be a big deal for AEW, could it not, if they're missing out on some revenue or a bunch of refunds are forced?
Yeah, it could. You're going to have people that are pissed off, but I would imagine if they've found a way to make the pay-per-view available on Fight, and I'm sure that they'll make some other accommodations. People will be pissed off. They'll make a lot of noise because people generally just like to bitch about shit. It's just kind of like the nature of it all. But they'll get over it. Sure, it'll be fine.
I'm sure it'll be fine too. And it was a fine pay-per-view. That's the way I would describe it. I'm not going to say it was the best AEW pay-per-view we've seen so far, top to bottom, but I will say that main event left a lasting impression. It was memorable.
I'm glad it was the main event, because before the show we were talking about, there was some confusion as to whether or not it was going to be semi-main or main event. And I'm glad it was. I can't imagine doing it any other way.
I can't either, especially with all the dignitaries and him wanting to take time to address the crowd and all that. This was just a no-brainer. Tony got it right, and I'm glad to hear it. We also ran some polls during the actual show itself, and one of the comments I saw was, "Were you happy with Sting's last match?" Loved it. Got 51%. It was good. Got 19%. Disappointed was only 7%. And if Sting's happy, I'm happy. Got 23%. If Sting's happy, I'm happy. I like the sound.
That's what I fall into. If Sting's happy, I'm thrilled.
Yeah, I totally agree. We greatly appreciate you guys being a part of us live here. They officially finished the feed here from Revolution, so I'm sure they're going to get ready to do the press conference. We're going to hang around. We actually have a friend of ours, Wesley Burleson, a team member here from adfreeshows.com, who's actually attending the show tonight with his dad. He grew up going to WCW shows with his dad, and now he's got an opportunity to be there tonight. I think that's cool, and one of the reasons that I'm such a big wrestling fan, that generational piece we talked about before. But Eric, he says that 90% of the merch at the show tonight was Sting, and the lines were just absolutely crazy. I guess that's no surprise that the lines were crazy. Everybody wants to get a little keepsake from tonight. But Sting having a big merch night tonight. Is it 1997 or what?
No, it's just a great night in 2024.
We should talk about the entire pay-per-view, and we want to hear from you guys. If you've got a question for Eric, we would love to hear from you. So just hit us up in the chat, and we will make our way over. Want to give a shout out to Andrew D, who's a new member of our little club here, the Bischoff World Order on 83weeks.com. If you're interested in becoming a member, we've got that pinned to the top of our comments here on YouTube. Shout out to Andrew D. Appreciate you joining. How about Mick Mac? He's got a little comment, and he says, "It looks like Eric had a great nap during the pay-per-view." What'd you think overall, Eric? Were you entertained, or did you doze off a little bit?
No, I watched the whole thing. I didn't take a nap, you fucking idiot. Mick Mac, come on.
Yeah.
No, I went back in the house. I'm out here in the bunkhouse or the makeshift studio, but I went back in and took my computer with me, and I had the computer up on my desk while I was watching television. So I was kind of watching both. Um, Look, I'm not going to lie. I'm happy for Sting. I was excited for the main event. I think it turned out great. The emotion was there. Everybody in the arena was thrilled. Sting, I'm sure, is everybody's happy. But I thought the undercard, with the exception, obviously, of Ospreay and Takeshita, that was pretty cool to watch. That was an art form. You saw artistry in motion in that match. The rest of it was, it wasn't bad. I think I'd probably give it a 6, maybe a 6.5 up until the main event. Well, up until Ospreay and Takeshita, that bumped it up to about a 7.5, just the quality of that match. And I was excited to see that. The rest of it, though, was okay. It wasn't bad. It wasn't great. I think there was too much sameness in it for me. It's like at one point I made a mental note. Does everybody in the locker room wear black tights on pay-per-views? I mean, I've never seen so many people wearing black tights on one pay-per-view in my life. In the matches, I didn't time it. I don't do that shit. But it felt like every one of the matches was almost exactly the same length. And the pacing, with the exception of Ospreay and Takeshita, the pacing of the matches were so similar that it just felt very redundant to me.
Well, let's talk about some of the matches. I watched with our friend Cassio Kidd. He stopped by on his way home from a podcast that he did on the road, and he actually popped in right before we finished our live stream, forgetting, I think, that you and I were going live. And so we wound up getting to watch it. And he thought, his comment afterwards was, hey, man, that was a great pay-per-view. A little too long. Could have done without the 8-man scramble. And I'm seeing a lot of comments that are saying, hey, that scramble was just a filler match. Of course, we talked over the 2 pre-show matches, the Bang Bang Scissor Gang taking on Jeff Jarrett's group, Willie Mack and Private Party, Chris Statlander tagging with Willow Nightingale to beat Julia Hart and Sky Blue. And then we started with Christian Cage and Daniel Garcia. They were in there for the TNT Championship. They went 16 minutes and 50 seconds. Christian Cage got the win. I enjoyed the match. I think that Christian's doing the best work of his career, at least my favorite stuff that he's done that I've seen. So give me more Christian. But that match maybe a little long. What do you think?
Same thing. Less is more. Christian looks sharp. I mean, he's precise in everything that he does. He's fluid. His timing is still great, but I think a 16-minute match is just a little bit more than we needed. You know, I'd much rather see a shorter, faster pace match with kind of a surprise finish to get the audience ignited and on the edge of their seat, especially at the beginning of a pay-per-view. But, you know, that's a little nitpicky. You know, I think if that match would have come in under 12 minutes, it would have served a better purpose, but it was still a very solid match.
Yeah, I really appreciated it. And here's one of the things I like that AEW at least tries to do. And I know that the veteran won, but that's a big match for Daniel Garcia to have 16 minutes on pay-per-view against an established star like Christian is a really big deal. Even if he doesn't win, he's such a young talent. He's going to be here for the long haul, I'm sure. And pairing legends and the young talent together, something I can get behind. The next match I enjoyed. It was Eddie Kingston and Bryan Danielson, 2 of my absolute favorites. I think Eddie Kingston has some of the most realistic promos in all of wrestling. I think Bryan Danielson's been the best wrestler in the world for about 20 years now. And I enjoyed the match, but I could see how if you were watching for 5.5 hours, you could think, I don't know, 19 minutes. Maybe that was a little long. What'd you think?
I didn't like it at all.
Why not?
I just didn't. I don't think it showcased Bryan's wrestling ability at all. I think Eddie Kingston's over-reliance on chops. And by the way, they look horrible. I'm not going to bullshit. As much as I want to stay positive, you asked me a question, I'm not going to lie. I just thought that it just looked sloppy and he looked exhausted way too early. I'm not saying he was, but the way he sells, Eddie Kingston just sells exhausted and he does it way too soon. I did not like that match at all. I had a hard time watching it, to be honest with you.
Well, Bryan Danielson just won the Bryan Danielson Award for Best Wrestler of the Year in the Wrestling Observer newsletter. So I'm sure we'll have to take that up with the voters next year.
And I'm not saying Bryan Danielson isn't the best wrestler. I'm just saying this match didn't do anything to showcase his abilities.
Copy that. The next match was probably the biggest miss for me, but I don't know that it was necessarily any single performer's fault. It was an all-star scramble, which sounds like a breakfast item for my fat ass. It sounds like something they sell down at the Waffle House or IHOP. But what it was is Wardlow in there with Chris Jericho, Powerhouse Hobbs, Lance Archer, Brian Cage, Hook, Dante Martin, and Magnus. And I said, I'm not too familiar with Magnus in our live chat. And I was even told inside the arena, I
was expecting Nick Aldis to come out from underneath the hood. How'd they do that?
As I understand it, Magnus works with CMLL, and hey, I'm glad he's here and glad he got a payday. But where was Commander was something I heard that a lot of people inside the arena were thinking. I know that Vikingo's hurt and he's going to be on the shelf for a bit, but it seems like they had a lot of brand equity and established already with Commander. And if this is all-star, it's almost like it's not his actual debut, but it feels more like a debut for Magnus. I thought the thing that was a little weird for me is when the four big guys were in there chopping meat, I suppose is the industry term, the fans started chanting meat. And as we've heard from Wesley, boy, Greensboro really liked chanting meat. What'd you think of that exchange in the middle of that match, Eric?
Yeah, it's those one syllable words that people love to chant. It's just makes it so much easier when there's not multi-syllables. And it's kind of cool just to chant meat, meat, meat. I do that before dinner every night now that I'm on the carnivore diet. I start thinking meat, meat, meat. And before I know it, I'm chanting it. I'm flipping steaks. I don't want to say I hated it, but technically I guess I watched it, but I didn't pay attention to it. It was just too much, too sloppy, too. How's that?
If you want to ask Eric a question, that's why we're here. Be sure to go ahead and fire down, ask Eric a question, and we will get to it. We're going to run through the rest of the matches. Then we're going to shout out to our buddy Wesley Burleson, who was actually inside the arena tonight. And yes, if the press conference gets started, we've got somebody there taking notes for us to discuss as well. So after the All-Star Scramble, which went 15 minutes and 45 seconds, it was a mess. It was, but they tried. But you got that many guys in a match. It feels like we're just trying to get guys on.
Yeah, can you imagine those guys? I mean, I've sat through thousands of these scenarios, but can you imagine being back in a locker room when all of those guys are laying that match out?
It's got to be incredibly hard to coordinate and set up. And
okay, you stand there now. Don't move too far to your left or your right. Just kind of stand there and turn, and then I'm going to hit you with this, and then turn the other way, and he's going to. I mean, that's got to be tough laying that out, and
it's got to be tough.
Trying to make it look exciting. It's bizarre. Whatever.
I understand, you don't want to have a show like this where you don't have anything for a big star like Chris Jericho to do. And if you're not knee deep in a story, you got to use him somewhere. I get that.
No, I don't think that's true though, Conrad. I think the opposite. If I'm a talent and you don't have anything meaningful for me to do not put me on television, because just putting me out there to check the box means that I'm doing something that doesn't matter, and I don't want the audience seeing me do shit that doesn't matter.
I get that on some level.
I don't want to just show up and I had a match on TV. Well, yay. It's not like the first time Chris Jericho's ever had a match on television.
Well said. Don't disagree with any of that. If I was buying a ticket to the show and I bought it to see Chris Jericho when they went on sale because he's been on every other AEW pay-per-view, I might be disappointed if he wasn't here. So I get what you're saying, but I also get from a ticket buyer standpoint, damn it, I wanted to see Chris Jericho. Well, we saw him, but it was kind of a match that was just there. Next up, we saw Roderick Strong and what a lot of people had to think was an upset, getting a win over Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy has been one of the biggest draws, certainly in terms of attention and media. I mean, if you go look at the most watched videos on AEW YouTube, a good chunk of those are Orange Cassidy videos. And he's been the most dominant international champion, or whatever you want to call it, because I know before it was the All Atlantic. That really has been Orange Cassidy's belt. He's made that belt matter, and now it's off him. It's on Roderick Strong, a very capable performer who we've seen in Ring of Honor and in NXT, and now he's a part of this faction in AEW, and they got some gold tonight. What'd you think of Orange Cassidy and Roderick Strong?
I had fun watching this one. I've always enjoyed Orange Cassidy. The first time I saw him work, I was like, that's different, but you know how I am about different. He's very unique, very, very unique. I like his style. I like what he brings to the table. I like the fact that Roderick Strong got a win that felt like, to me at least, somebody that's at best a passive viewer of AEW product. Don't follow it regularly or closely, but it felt like it kind of came from out of nowhere. I think it probably surprised a number of people, and I thought it was executed really, really well. So hats off to both of them, but I'm a big Orange Cassidy fan. I know I don't talk about that much, but I enjoy his work.
I enjoy his work too. The Real Life Jim is a heck of a guy, and I think a lot of the people who have decided they don't like the character would like the real guy. Let's talk about the next match. Boy, this was a different match for sure. It was our longest match so far. They went 21 minutes and 50 seconds. You got FTR in there taking on the Blackpool Combat Club, this time made up of Jon Moxley and Claudio Castagnoli. They have had a couple of TV matches, and man, they couldn't be contained. So we put them on pay-per-view, and we're in Greensboro. So why not have Moxley and Claudio come out sporting the Road Warrior shoulder pads? And then, of course, we saw FTR come out to the purple smoke like it was Starrcade back in the day. I liked it for what it was. Hard-hitting stuff. It looked like they took their time, too. I kind of thought that might be the case when they were doing more technical wrestling, but we were a bloody battle by the end. What'd you think?
Solid. You know, again, not the kind of match that I particularly look for. I like more of a traditional wrestling match. This was kind of a hardcore exhibition, if you will. But that being said, it was still a good match. I enjoyed watching it. I love Claudio. I think he's a phenomenal performer. I don't think we saw the best of Claudio in this particular match because of the nature of the match, the way it was designed. But it was a solid match that I enjoyed. Better than solid. Like, it was a good match. I enjoyed it.
The press conference is just now starting for AEW. We're going to keep rolling along here as we talk about the ladies' match. Timeless Toni Storm is victorious. She picks up a win over Deanna. They went 12 minutes and 15 seconds. What'd you think, Eric?
Solid, slightly disappointed, and I think that's only because I had such high expectations for Toni Storm. I love her character work and the way she's been presented, and I think it's so stylized and so cool and so different that I guess because of that, my expectations were a little bit higher than perhaps they should have been. It was a solid match. There was nothing wrong with it, but I don't think the match lived up to the character. Yet it will. She'll grow. She'll get better.
The character known as Samoa Joe is behind the microphone at the press conference right now, fielding some questions. The next match after the ladies, I think, was the show stealer. When we did a little bit of a preview earlier in the week, I suggested this is probably going to steal the show, and I think it did. Will Ospreay has planted a flag firmly in American soil. He ain't no joke. What a performance he and Takeshita had. I was kind of shocked because, as I mentioned, I was watching with my pal Cassio, and he said, man, these guys are crisp. How many times have they wrestled? They probably wrestled a ton, huh? Nope, that was their first match, boys and girls.
Wow.
They've had one other match, and you saw it. It was a 6-man tag where they were on the same team. So for those guys to be as young as they are, as good as they are, man, I thought that was a statement match, a coming out party for both performers. And I know that, there may be some people who are listening to this who don't enjoy that type of match. Well, let me give you a little heads up. Don't watch AEW ever again, because that match is super serving the AEW base. The hardcores, that's what they want to see. Wesley Burleson, our on-site correspondent, said besides Sting, the loudest pop, and it wasn't close, was for Will Ospreay. Even when they were just showing his name or graphic on the screen, people were going bananas for him. So he might not be a household name yet, but to the hardcores who love and pay their hard-earned money for AEW, well, he's their guy, and it was easy to see why after a performance like that, right, Eric?
You know what I was thinking? I mean, it was so good. And Will Ospreay is just, he's otherworldly when it comes to what he's capable of doing in the ring. And, his timing, his balance, everything that is the pacing, his selling, he sells really, really well. Sometimes I assume incorrectly, obviously, that, a guy with the kind of offense and athleticism of Will Ospreay will probably not be so great at selling. His selling is its own unique art form, but he's good at it, man. He sells real. He doesn't sell dead. I just thoroughly enjoyed this match from both of them, Takeshita as well. I just feel a little bit more of I feel a stronger character in Will Ospreay. There's something about his use of facials, and he takes his time with his body language and positioning. He's such a star. Now, the only thing I will say, and again, this is going to sound like a shot, I don't mean it to be, but he's so fucking good that he's going to make everybody underneath him just want to have hardcore matches, because you don't want to be compared to that guy. You just don't.
So talented, really a special performer. A lot of people think he's the next Kenny Omega. I've heard other people say he's the next AJ Styles. I think he's the first Will Ospreay.
I agree with that. He's unique enough. He is unique enough. I wouldn't compare him to either of those two. As much as I respect AJ and not taking anything away from Kenny Omega either, but I think Ospreay is unique in his style and his abilities.
I hope he's okay, because that spot on his lower back was brutal looking, and it got worse looking as the match went on. I hope he's all right. I would not be surprised to hear that there's going to be some, residual effects from that deal. I also want to mention that this, as far as I know, is his first pay-per-view as a contracted full-time AEW performer. I am curious to see what they do next with him, because it felt like they were anxious to sort of announce, see him again this Wednesday against Kyle Fletcher. I wanted to see what you thought of that, where we're announcing a television match on a pay-per-view. And I don't know if they said for sure, but it might be for the Ring of Honor Television Championship. What'd you think of that?
I said I wasn't going to be negative, so I won't be.
Okay.
Let's just move along.
Copy that. I'm anxious to see what happens next with Ricochet. I bring that up because once upon a time, before Ricochet or Will Ospreay were quote unquote made men in wrestling, they had a performance that had everybody talking, and a lot of veterans like Vader saying that ain't wrestling. Did you ever see the Ricochet Will Ospreay exchange, Eric?
No, I never did.
When we finish, you should go look it up and check it out, because it makes me wonder, when Ricochet's contract is up, if he thinks there's an opportunity maybe to switch jerseys and come recreate that, you got to think Tony Khan would be all over that. We also said we would have the world title, and before we actually ducked out of here, we were led to believe that this would close the show. they got it right if that was the original plan. It's hard for me to imagine that, but Samoa Joe was successful in retaining his AEW World Championship over both Hangman Adam Page and Swerve Strickland. The story they're trying to push, of course, Eric, is that Swerve wants to become the first African-American AEW World Heavyweight Champion, and Hangman Adam Page would like to be champion, but he's already been champion before. What he's more interested in is making sure that Swerve never is. What'd you think of the match?
I kind of enjoyed it. I'm a Joe fan, so I'm biased going into it just because I enjoy watching Joe. Ton of respect for him. So even noting my own internal biases, I still think it was a pretty solid match. Again, I think it could have cut about 3 or 4 minutes off of it. It would have served everybody better. Got a little tired at the end of it. Everybody was a bit exhausted, a little more than we really needed. But overall, I enjoyed it. I'm glad I watched it. I felt good when it was over. So it was a winner for me.
It was a fun match. I enjoyed it. I can't lie. I was hoping that Swerve Strickland would have won the world title. I guess maybe that's not in the cards right now. We'll see what happens next. And I wonder, if you were booking, what would you do next with the world title? Like Samoa Joe, who would be your next challenger at, we'll call it Dynasty? Because as we heard today, they've announced and created a new pay-per-view. We heard earlier in the week that they had applied for a trademark called Dynasty. Now we know that's the name of the St. Louis pay-per-view that's going to happen on Sunday, April 21st. So just a couple of weeks after WrestleMania. But normally they didn't have an April pay-per-view. You know, normally May would be the Vegas show, Double or Nothing, and now we're getting an extra one. What would you think they wind up doing with Samoa Joe there?
I have no idea. I don't watch the show consistently enough to get a feel for creative for it. No idea. Fantasy booking isn't my thing.
Main event. Any last words about Sting and Darby Allin and their match against the Young Bucks?
No, the only thing I would have, and this is just a little tiny thing, but they had Flair there. They had Steamboat there. I would have loved to see those, both of them up there with Sting at the very end, just to kind of put a button on the nostalgia of it all. But look, there's a lot going on, and a lot of people in the ring and everybody getting their flowers, and it was really all about Sting anyway. But I love seeing Ricky there. I love seeing Rick there. Would have loved to see them both standing there with Sting at the very end, just to have the picture, I guess, of those three. But other than that, man, I had fun. I enjoyed watching it. I'm glad I did, and glad that everybody joined us. Follow up with this.
Absolutely glad that everybody joined us. Let's talk about some of the controversy. There was a tweet that came out right after the end of the show from PW Insider's Dave Scherer. Dave Scherer has been pretty vocal about AEW and his opinion, which isn't always glowingly positive or supportive, like maybe a Brian Alvarez or Meltzer tend to be.
Brian Alvarez. I heard Brian Alvarez absolutely trashing AEW the other day. The chaos backstage and all that. So I was shocked. Usually Brian and Dave are like infomercials, but not so much the other day.
Dave Scherer tweets out, AEW is the safest place to work in wrestling. Sure it is. I'm so glad I didn't spend $50 to support this. Darby is a moron and Tony Khan is an enabler at best. Man, I don't know. I just kind of didn't expect to see that. I agree. I thought it was dangerous and unnecessary, but I've kind of come to expect that from Darby Allin and know that, hey man, that's what makes Darby Darby. And if he's going to do that, then have at it. I guess that's probably the same way you felt about Cactus Jack once upon a time. What do you think of Dave Scherer's comments that Darby is a moron, Tony is an enabler at best, and he's glad he didn't spend $50 to support this?
Boy, I thought I was tough on AEW. Holy smokes. I'm an advocate compared to those comments. Look, I'm not a fan of what Darby does. I think it's unnecessary. I don't think it's good for the business. I know people love watching it. Everybody loves their holy shit moments or a reason to chant, "This is awesome." That's part of the experience. And I get that. But in the long run, I think it's too dangerous. I think when talent becomes overly reliant upon those kind of high spots to create the emotion, and they set the expectations as high as they do when it comes to that kind of abuse, I just don't think it's a good thing. I don't. I think the blood is too much. I think I've talked about this so many times in 83 weeks. For the business, the sake of the business of the wrestling business, I just don't think it's a great idea. You mentioned Mick Foley. It's one of the reasons I had to let Mick Foley go, is because Turner was concerned that there's going to eventually be litigation because of some of the things that Mick was doing. He was either going to hurt himself or somebody else. So I get it. I understand. People love it. They're bloodthirsty. They want to see that crazy shit until somebody gets seriously hurt, and then everybody turns against it. How could they let them do that? It's just a matter of time, unfortunately. I hope it doesn't happen. Grateful if it doesn't happen, but it will. It's just a matter of time.
The poll that we ran on YouTube was, what are your thoughts on Darby Allin's crazy spot? And one of the options was crazy, loved it. That got 43%. Sick, hated it. That got 9%. He did it for Sting, got 23%. Just wasn't needed, got 26%. It's pretty crazy to think that, we're talking about a spot in the match more than the finish of the match.
And that's in that in itself, Conrad, is a reason why it was too much. And I agree with whoever said it wasn't necessary, was 100% on the money.
Yeah.
That move did not get Sting over. That move did not get the match over. That move satisfied the appetite of those people in the audience that love that kind of match. And Darby did it for Darby. Darby didn't do it for Sting. I know he won't want to hear that. I know fans of Darby's aren't going to want to hear that. But I've seen this stuff go down so many times before. I've listened to the conversations that surround it. This is Darby making sure Darby got his shit in. And I just don't think it was necessary. That's being honest. I would say this to his face. I'm not being critical. It's not my thing. I don't enjoy it. I do fear for injury that I do believe is going to happen in a matter of time. But more importantly, I don't think it was necessary for this match. It wasn't about Darby. It wasn't about how tough or crazy Darby is. That's not what this was about. This was about Sting. And no one's going to be able to convince me that Darby doing what Darby did and getting so bloody and getting that holy shit spot was necessary to match where there was so much going on.
To recap some of the comments from the press conference so far, Samoa Joe was there, and he was asked about the Swerve Strickland comment from Huntsville, where he said, I'm going to beat you so bad, you're going to have to go back and do more commentary in a poncho, referencing Joe at WrestleMania in Tampa a few years ago. And Sean Ross Sapp asked him about that, and if he ever doubted being back in this spot. And Joe replied, I'm still a millionaire, and Swerve got his ass whooped by the announcer in a poncho.
That's why I like Joe.
I love that so much.
That's just the best. They should have ended the press conference right there. Thank you all very much, ladies and gentlemen. We heard from Samoa Joe. It's all going to go downhill from here. Let's go. Good night, everybody.
Next up was Will Ospreay. He came out and asked the crowd, can I show you my ass? Not going to show you the whole cheek, but it is so bad. And he dropped trowel there to show that spot we were talking about, his lower back. Woof. It still looks pretty gnarly. And he said the worst part of this is going to be learning not to swear, because you're not able to swear here like he could in New Japan. I guess that has to be a bit of a challenge to get used to. If it's carte blanche, like maybe it once was in ECW, when you get to WCW, it's kind of like telling a comedian, hey, you can't work blue here. You got to work clean. It's a different deal, right?
It is, but you get used to it quickly. Well, you'll adjust. You'll get there. Takes a couple days, but you're over in Japan. You can motherfuck each other upside down, inside out, because nobody can understand what you're saying. It's easier.
Well, there you go. I also wanted to mention that we
That's where I got Mucker Fother from, by the way. I didn't make that up.
Japan?
No, it was in Japan. I had some Japanese guy call me a Mucker Fother. He got it mixed up, so I thought that'd make a good T-shirt.
That is tremendous, you Mucker Father. Tony Khan at the press conference said tonight was one of the best nights of his life. So that's pretty cool. I'm glad that he's as pumped about giving Sting his last match as we were to see it. Will Ospreay is now begging Tony Khan, don't pull me from the planned AEW Dynamite match with Kyle Fletcher. I can work hurt. Speaking of working hurt, we got Wesley Burleson on location. He's a member of our team here. He works behind the scenes on a lot of our podcasts and over at adfreeshows.com. And he was actually in the stands today with his dad at the Greensboro Coliseum, and he's joining us live now. Hey, he's back home. So Wes, jump on with us, man. Glad to have you on. How was the show?
Hey, can you hear me?
A little bit, maybe a little more volume would be good.
My soft, hang on, let me adjust my audio here. Sorry, guys.
I got nothing.
83weeks.com is where we're hanging out here. If you've got a question for Eric, you can ask it, and we will get to it. I see we've got a handful lining up here. Wes, you got your gear figured out?
Yes, this better.
We're much better. There you go. What'd you think of the show, man?
Great. I mean, great. You know, it was you were there for Sting's last match. You got Sting's last match. I'm a huge AEW fan, and it's a different experience seeing it live than watching on TV. My dad noticed the same thing. Like, it's very just, the presentation, everything's just kind of different. But yeah, it was kind of weird. The pacing, just the matches were all just kind of there until Ospreay, and that place came unglued. So Greensboro is not a city full of people who prefer to be standing. They were seated a lot, and I swear they stood up more in the Ospreay match than they did every match leading up to it. Like, just that natural, when a big move or a big sequence hits and the whole crowd just rises kind of like in unison. That happened like 2 or 3 times throughout the night. And when Ospreay came on, I think it happened like 10 times in that match. They were.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I noticed that the crowd, because when I watch wrestling, I tend to watch the crowd more than I watch what's going on in the ring sometimes.
Yeah.
And this crowd, to me, I don't know if this is an AEW kind of thing, but this crowd reacts more to spots than they do to anything else. They're there for the spots. And every time there was a decent spot to be had, then you get the crowd reacting, and then they sit back down again. And they're very, very polite, much like a Japanese audience, until there's another big spot.
They were big for entrances, and they were big for, when you say spot, I know a lot of times with AEW, it comes across like people think of like a dangerous move or just like a high spot, but like Christian, they loved Christian, but they loved, I guess it's an argument you guys can have about, they probably loved what you're not supposed to love. He's the heel, but they love when he's cheating, when he's being his character, when he's doing his thing. People would go crazy. They go crazy for moments where they recognize characters, and there's things that they're trained to, kind of pop for. But
well, they're conditioned. Exactly.
Yeah.
They're conditioned in a certain way. And, hardcore wrestling fans that go to a lot of events and have been watching TV for years and following wrestling closely, tend to be conditioned. So that we did see a lot of that tonight.
And I tend to like AEW's presentation. I like the wrestling, and I like, I'm there for it most of the time. But it was weird. I'm really curious to watch this back on TV and see, did it feel like every other AEW pay-per-view? It was just different for me because I was there in the arena, or was it, did those earlier matches? I mean, even Kingston and Danielson, which I know I joined a little bit on the drive home. I know Eric wasn't a huge fan of, but like, they were beating the shit out of each other, but like, the people were kind of just watching them strike back and forth, waiting for a finish more than, it just didn't seem like the crowd was into it for a lot.
I wonder how many of these fans that were there that bought tickets tonight were Sting fans. They were there to just see Sting. And because now that being said, you just said that they were really excited for Will Ospreay. So maybe there were two sets of fans there, the hardcores, who were there for Will Ospreay, and then the casual fans who wouldn't normally come to a show here at this building. I say that not being negative, just saying last time they did TV here, there's 5,000 and something. This time there's 16,000 and something. So something was different. The something was, it was Sting's
11,000 Sting fans. That's what was different.
No, there were a lot of, you could tell just looking around the crowd. I mean, 1 in every 5 person, it felt like, had Sting makeup on. I mean, 4 out of every 5 had a Sting t-shirt, and it was a Sting crowd, a Sting there for Sting. But it did seem like there were a lot of, like, I mean, I took my dad, and it's because, you know, I grew up watching wrestling with him and Sting and Flair and all that stuff. So it was kind of, you know, just like, hey, let's go see Sting's last match. And he was there for it. He loved it, but he's not, you know, we went to out to dinner beforehand, and he was like, now is The Rock going to be there tonight? And I was like, that's a whole different thing, Dad. You watch that on Friday. This is what came on last night. You know, like, he watches everything, but it kind of, you know, some of it blurs. But yeah, I don't know if he ever recovered from The Rock not showing up. So,
well, listen, it was a fun night to watch on pay-per-view. I'm curious, you know, what do you think was we'll be negative first, get that out of the way. What do you think the live crowd thought was the worst match live? Like, what was their least favorite?
So there'd be 2, right? And I feel like a dick, but I'd say the worst, I won't say worst wrestled, but worst put together, is, if that's the term for it, was the Scramble.
Yeah.
Where it was so many moments of the guys in the ring stuttering and stopping short and not like, no, you go that way, I'm running this way, like trying to orchestrate direct traffic in the moment. Like Jericho and Hook, like 2 popular guys, everyone, you know, but like just kept sort of seeming out of step with one another, and just I don't know if I just don't notice that stuff when I'm watching on TV because you have the announcers and they're cutting camera.
No, you notice it. You notice it, brother.
I noticed it way more in this match live. I mean, the whole arena, I think, was just kind of like, it was just awkward.
Well, you can't get into anything because there's just so many people in the ring. There's only so much you can do. It's just nothing to get excited about.
Yeah, I think
it's like battle royals in the first 10 minutes of a battle royal when there's 30 people and they're just standing there throwing punches at each other. It's just visually as unstimulating as you can get.
It is funny when you're there live because, you know, a lot of that is like in a battle royal. It's you take a bump and then you wait for your next spot. And on television, they don't shoot the guys that are waiting. But there in the arena, you see the dude take a hip toss and then roll to the outside, and then he's crouching at the guardrail, just sitting there, just waiting for the spot he knows that he's going to slide in and do his thing. So that one was kind of rough, but yeah. And then the other one was, I mean, not that it was wrestled poorly, but just Tony Storm and Deonna Purrazzo, just like the crowd just could not care. They like Tony's gimmick, but I don't know if they just are not buying into Purrazzo.
Probably bad placement on the card, I would think.
Yeah,
I mean,
that could be it too.
It should have been a little earlier. The main event, you know, everybody's talking now online about the Darby Allin spot, whether or not it was too much. What was the reaction live to the glass and then Darby's big spot? And then when we saw that his back looked like Passion of the Christ.
Yeah. I mean, Darby gonna Darby. It was kind of, people that watch it were sort of, even my dad was kind of almost nonplussed by it because he sees Darby do stuff like that. I mean, he did a version of that spot with Jeff Hardy, you know, like on television not too long ago. I don't remember the exact, not without minus the glass, but from the ladder to the chairs that were set up. People in the arena seemed a little stunned as to what he intended to do, because they showed one replay of it from the far wide, like the hard cam side, and had Matt Jackson not pulled Nick away, or whichever one pulled whichever one away, if they hadn't pulled them away, Darby wouldn't have touched them. Like, because you saw him standing there, and then when Darby flew the way he flew and hit the chairs, he was never going to impact the area where the young buck was standing. So like him pulling him out of the way didn't matter because Darby overshot them completely. So it was everyone in the arena kind of acted like, man, he just dove through chairs and glass to.
It looked that way on television too. It did not look great. It's again, it's a spot for the sake of a spot, not a spot that mattered.
But I mean, the crowd pops for tables, man. I mean, it's they tables, ladders, all that stuff. They pop, and they were popping for everything Sting did.
Did you guys notice there was one point during that match when Darby went for the ladder, and I thought the ladder was going to pin Darby.
Yeah, he was trying
it was
to
a
pick it
tall
up, and
ladder.
like,
I mean, and moving ladders around can be a little tricky. And now you're in a ring, and the ring is a little spongy, so you're balanced. And I saw him moving that ladder around. And he started to go, whoa! I thought, man, looks like a Roadrunner cartoon here in a minute.
Darby's a little guy. That was a big ladder. Did they, Conrad? I'm curious. Did they ever show Lex and Magnum and DDP? Were they seated front row or?
Yeah, they were on the floor, and Denise posted a video of them taking their seat on the floor, but I think they weren't supposed to be acknowledged
on camera. I got you. Yeah, because they
walked
out right in front of us.
I don't know if it made the pay-per-view broadcast, but there was a point at the end that I was watching right before we started doing this, where Sting went by and gave Magnum a hug, and you saw everybody there, Nikita. But again, I don't know if that made the pay-per-view.
That was not on the pay-per-view. That was on the kayfabe.
I was curious, kind of going into it about is Sting going to lose? Is he going to go out putting someone over, or is he going to go out and win? And I mean, the vibe in the arena, dude, like if he would have lost,
it would have been terrible.
Place would have rioted. Like it would have. And because I mean, the Young Bucks, they had that whole sequence where they just kept hitting Sting with stuff. And there was a part of people that thought, oh, they're going to pin him one of these times.
Yes.
But yeah, everything Sting did, people just went crazy for. They were there to be crazy for Sting, and it gave them that opportunity. But
here's the thing: by taking Darby out, so he couldn't break up a pin or yank a referee's leg and pull him out of the ring or whatever, it made every false finish on Sting more plausible.
Yeah.
So I mean, it totally made sense the way they structured it, the way they did. But I knew when I saw the glass, this is going to be controversial, and I did not expect it to eat up Darby like that. Overall, though, you've seen a bunch of pay-per-views. I know you've been to a few AEW shows before. As far as the live fan experience, do you think fans left happy? It was thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle?
I think they for sure left happy. I mean, for the fact of, showing up for Sting and I think the Sting match was a success. Darby's going to do what Darby does. And it was what I think most people expected when they said it was a tornado tag. It's like, okay, there's going to be Gaga and tables and ladders, and they're just going to, go spot to spot. But I mean, people got to cheer and got to celebrate. I think what caught me the most, aside from seeing the crowd react so much to Ospreay, this is kind of playing back on that, but there was a moment when Ospreay and Takeshita were going into the finishing sequence of their match, and so we're seated first level up, but like right on the front row of the first level up. So right in front of us is all like the security staff that's kind of working the event and checking people's tickets as they come out to the floor. When Ospreay and Takeshita, once they're going and going and going, and the whole arena stood up and everyone was, kind of going crazy. I saw the security people stop and look around. They were getting their phones out and recording the crowd. Like you could tell they had not seen that kind of energy. And I think anyone who went to that show, whether they were an AEW fan or they just love Sting, I am so curious to see if they tune in for Ospreay.
Right.
Because that dude, I mean, if he can't, I love Will Ospreay, but I watch New Japan. I watch wrestling. I watch, all that stuff. So like, I know Ospreay, but like the way the crowd reacted to him completely floored me. Like it was second only to Sting. And I hope
AEW keeps him special.
Yes.
We see him every week. Like we saw CM Punk go out and wrestle a bunch of green guys every week. And that'll cool him off so fast if they overexpose him and they don't treat him like the attraction that he should be treated.
I mean, based on him tonight, I could not fathom him not winning the world title in Wembley. But
you got to think
there's a lot of time. There's a lot of time between now and then. But
Wes, you were there. You saw Samoa Joe retain. I asked Eric earlier, what do you think is next for Samoa Joe? Because I think a lot of people thought, hey, tonight's Swerve's night. Swerve's going to win the title. They did not do that. I know some people were suspecting that perhaps when Swerve got hot last year, Samoa Joe might be a transitional champion. Doesn't feel that way now. It feels like he's having a hell of a run. Do you think he's a placeholder for Kenny Omega, for MJF, or something else?
I don't know. I didn't expect him to have a long run with it because I kind of thought he got it just because MJF was injured and had to leave, and he was what was booked as his challenger when that all happened. But I tell you, man, watching the show, Joe brings a credibility to it. Like
yes.
he knows how to do an interview. He knows how to compose himself. He knows how to, he's a general in there, and you sense that. I love Hangman. I love Strickland, and Swerve will have his day. But I think right now Joe is, for AEW to be struggling the way they are, I think he's a very good foundation. And honestly, I wouldn't be mad if he held it until Wembley and he dropped it to Ospreay. But I think Ospreay is the ultimately where you have to get that belt, based strictly on just the number of people standing up involuntarily tonight for everything he did.
I would totally agree that the plan, you would think from the outside looking in, is for him to be crowned at All In. Was it apparent to the crowd tonight if they weren't sure that Hangman turned heel?
I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like the crowd was so weird. Just like the crowd, the people around me that I heard talking was like, there were some hardcore fans, there were people who knew nothing about it. And like, you just kind of listened to all the conversation. AEW does not thrive in establishing heels and faces. And, you could argue all three of those dudes in the world title match are kind of gray, right?
Yes.
Like,
no doubt.
People were popping for Joe, people were popping for Swerve, but like, yeah. I thought Hangman turned on television 3 times already, but people still just, well, in North Carolina, right? He's from Virginia. You show a horse on screen, North Carolina's going to applaud.
Yes.
So like, he has his fans, but he did a belly to belly, man. His transition to Magnum is almost complete. He did a legit just belly to belly. I was like, that's all right.
One of the other surprises of the night I wanted to get your take on, and then I want you to tell us just about merch lines and anything else that you may have observed. We switched the title. Orange Cassidy, who's been one of the pillars of AEW for quite a while, he really made that belt matter. He drops it tonight to Roderick Strong. What was the reaction from the live crowd? Were people shocked that OC's reign ended?
Dude, that was one of those apathy first half matches that just the crowd just did not seem like they were there for it. Like they popped for some of the creative backbreakers. And they popped for like, the faint kick, some of the being orange stuff. But like the title change, like no one really seemed affected by it. There were not heavy boos. There were not big cheers. I thought it was kind of a foregone conclusion because the whole Undisputed Kingdom has had 0 effective wins. So they had to have somebody win something. So I think Wardlow, in the scramble, and then Roderick here, like they can try to make that group something if they're not going to, disband them. But no one in the arena knew what a Kyle O'Reilly was. But he had the shaggy hair also. So when he showed up after that match, I think even we were like, who is that? And we're all squinting, trying to see the overhead screen. And then when they did a close up of his face, we're like, oh, okay, Kyle O'Reilly. But
I kind of was shocked he didn't show up wearing his gear or his own t-shirt, something. But that's the same way they brought Thunder Rosa back before. Tell us about the merch lines and anything else you observed about the live experience today that we may have missed on pay-per-view.
Yeah, everything was Sting, man. So like walking into the arena, people just Sting. Some people were full cosplay, Sting outfits and robes and hair and makeup, and then tons of other people just had the masks. Yeah, that's the line. So at the far end, like where you see the Corona in the distance, was literally where the merch stand was, and that there were like 4 different merch stands. They all had lines like that. My dad and I were just kind of doing laps after the Double J match, and it was. And when we got up close to one of the merch stands, I did not see like a Hangman, no Swerve, there was Darby Allin t-shirt. There was like 2 AEW t-shirts, and everything was Sting. And they had figures and posters and the commemorative shirt and just everything. But yeah, that crowd, they knew what that crowd was there for, and it was Sting.
There was no introduction on pay-per-view outside of when they came back from a video package right before the world title match. Excalibur said, "Now we're joined at the commentary desk by the legendary voice and Hall of Famer Jim Ross." Was JR addressed to the live crowd?
He was not. He came in the same right in front of me through the back of the arena floor and walked around the same path that Luger and DDP and all those guys were brought in, right where Moxley and Claudio came in.
Feels like
that's a waste. That's a wasted beat.
I heard he was going to be there, and I saw they did the commemorative bats like backstage, and the one
they spoiled it. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, they gave away the JR was there, so I was expecting the Boomer Sooner music to play at some point, and him get and I know he was walking with a cane, and he was walking delicately, so maybe they didn't want to walk him out, the main entrance.
I shot at the desk as soon as they came back. To Boomer Sooner would have been awesome. It
would have added to the overall presentation significantly.
Yes, I agree. Would have made it feel more special.
Did he do the last two matches?
Yes, he did.
Title and Sting. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Yes. So I guess they were called co-main events. So if JR is going to call the main event of the pay-per-view, there you go. I want to mention Tony Khan is addressing questions right now. Tony Storm has been up. So Samoa Joe, Will Ospreay, and Tony Storm will catch you up on that and answer some questions. Is there anything else you want to throw at us this afternoon or this evening, Wesley? Thanks for jumping on. But is there anything else we missed?
Don't think so. How scary were the two Ospreay spots where that brainbuster in the corner? They don't show replays when you're live, so like. It looked
pretty bad, but immediately Don Callis called out that the right side of his lower back was messed up, and goodness gracious, it's all you could see after that, and it just continually got worse as the night went on.
Gotcha. All right, yeah, but no, and it was the Sting show. I think it delivered for Sting fans, and I hope it came across better than it did live for some of the matches. Just the apathy of it. The crowd, when the crowd was hot, they were super hot. They just weren't hot for everything.
When you, you've been to a bunch of wrestling matches live. You've put over this Ospreay match over and over. Where does it rank as far as best matches you've been in the building to see?
It's up there. I'm bad with ranking and like best all time. I'd say it's probably the best match I've seen live since. If you remember when we were at Starcast was it All Out, All In? Which one was Chicago? All Out.
All Out.
Yeah. The Danielson Starks strap match was something to see live. But yeah, I mean, aside from that, you'd have to go back to like old school when I saw Flair and Vader in Charlotte, or when I went to New York to see Misawa wrestle for Ring of Honor.
Wow.
So yeah.
So a pretty damn good match.
It's up there. And man, I mean, I cannot stress enough. Technically, yes, in the ring, it looked like a New Japan match. They were doing dangerous moves and they were going spot to spot to spot. And I know it's not everybody's thing, but watching the crowd, like it was unreal how they reacted to him versus anyone on that card other than Sting. Like, and that surprised everyone in the building, I think, because like he's just not been. I don't know. I don't think he's been showcased like that for that audience.
Totally agree.
Nobody knew who the fuck a Magnum was, or Magnus. Magnus. Yeah, sorry. There was the joke in the section with the guy sitting next to me. Literally, they were like, "Oh, Commander," and then someone was like, "That's not Commander." So they were chanting like, "Not Commander." Like, but the joke, is of how many CMLL luchadors they introduce without paying a lot of attention to anyone enough to get them over or make them matter. So.
Well, thanks for making time, man. We appreciate you staying up late. It is
thank you very much
here in the Central Time Zone. So thank you for your time today, man. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Take care, buddy.
Bye.
Eric, we got a bunch of comments that we need to rattle through. We did a poll. Do you agree with Eric on the Allin spot being a spot for the sake of a spot? 79% said Eric is right. So people are siding with you, Eric. So far,
I'm always right. Who are these other? Who is the 21%?
I know, right? What are
Where are
they
these knuckleheads?
Will Ospreay at the press conference said that his wife and her child have been so important to him, and he couldn't ask them to uproot their lives to move to the United States, aka, said differently, maybe WWE never had a chance. He is full time though, and says travel to the States will actually be easier than for him to travel to Japan. So that's good news for Ospreay fans. He also randomly said, "I want to retire Billy Gunn," which makes me happy. Sean Ross Sapp is also reporting that Tony Storm, when she sat down, suggested we should just start these later and go longer. That way we can all stay and have breakfast together.
Now I really like her.
And she thanked the announcers, Tasmaniac and Sean Excalibur Mooney, which is super fun. Tony is fielding questions right now. And one of the questions was, hey, what are we going to do with these tag belts? And the answer is a tag team title tournament to determine new champion.
Of course. Another ratings bonanza.
Tony, apparently, according to Sean Ross Sapp, says Sting didn't fight for the undefeated run or championships, but it's what AEW wanted, so he sank his teeth into it. Probably no surprise there. Let's do a few questions here. Mick Mac has a fun one for you, Eric. Everybody's been playing this new WWE 2K game, and he wants to know if you heard that your rating used to be a 64 and now you're down to a 58. Are you hot about that?
Who do I talk to?
I think you could text Bruce and tell him to get this shit
Who
together.
the fuck is in charge of that?
Right? If anything, you shouldn't have went down 6. You should have went up 5. Everybody knows Eric Bischoff's a fan of 69. King of Strong Style says, do you think it's wise that AEW is doing more pay-per-view now? Eric, I, for one, think that's a good thing. I mean, if you know you've got a loyal audience, 150, 200,000 of those folks who are going to buy every single one of them, shit, why not do more of them? What say you?
Yeah, that's where the money is.
Yeah.
You know, that's the one thing you have 100% control over is your pay-per-view revenue. You have to be careful that you don't burn out your market. You don't want to just throw pay-per-views out that don't matter because that can come back to bite you in the ass eventually. But I think AEW has a reputation for producing pretty good pay-per-views. Most people leave pretty happy. So as long as they can maintain the quality control and deliver on expectations, fuck, more the merrier, brother. Count the money coming in.
We've got another question here from Donald. He wants to know, what did you think about them cutting off Sting's farewell speech kind of early? That was just the end of satellite time, right, Eric?
It happens. Shit happens. At least they got the match in. At least it didn't mess up the finish.
They've also announced, Tony Khan has rather, that Darby Allin and Jay White are going to wrestle at AEW Big Business in Boston. That is expected to be the Sasha Banks debut, her debut in AEW. Sting has now taken his spot at the podium. I'm kind of surprised to see Sting and Darby Allin at the press conference, but there they are. Jared Kemp says, it sucks we didn't get to see Goldberg tonight. I didn't expect Goldberg. Did you think we might see Goldberg tonight?
Yeah, Goldberg and Sting were pretty tight. It wouldn't have surprised me to see Bill there. I'm surprised we didn't see more people there, to be honest with you.
Mick Mac says Sting joins Eric on winning his retirement match. I guess, did you have a retirement match that you won? I don't remember that.
I never win matches.
I don't
think I've ever won. Well, no, I did. I mean,
you beat Ric Flair at Starrcade, and you beat.
Yeah, but I cheated. I think I beat Shane McMahon once and cheated. I might have cheated against Vince McMahon, beat him. I don't know. I never won a match. I mean, I never really won a match, though, ever. And I don't think I had a retirement match. My son threw me in an outhouse, dumped the damn thing over, covered me up with shit. I came stumbling out of the outhouse in TNA covered from head to toe with shit. That was my retirement match.
Rick's match could have been worse.
I didn't have a Tony Khan in my life at the time.
Yeah. Jared Kemp says, or George Kemp, my apologies. When do you think Goldberg will be in AEW? He didn't even ask if. He thinks it's a matter of when. What do you think? Do you think we'll see that one day?
No. Bill doesn't need the money. No. I don't see it. And if he did, it wouldn't last long.
Why do you say that?
Bill has a very strong personality and a very short fuse.
Okay.
Nah, I just don't see it. Things are a little too hectic in AEW for Bill.
We got another question here from Mike Scott. By the way, if you've got a question, fire down now. We're wrapping things up here with Eric. We're still live, though, looking for your feedback. So by all means, ask Eric a question. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, turn on the notifications bell. We're going to be going live as we get closer to WrestleMania, probably during Go Home Raws and Go Home SmackDowns. We'll certainly be back for both nights of WrestleMania, and who knows? Maybe we'll be talking about AEW Dynasty in St. Louis as well. Mike Scott wants to know, how did you first meet Virgil? What's your fondest memory of Mike Jones? I just want to tell everybody, we've already recorded tomorrow's episode of 83 Weeks. You can catch it everywhere you enjoy podcasts in about 4 hours and 45 minutes. But Eric, for the sake of those who haven't heard it or won't hear it, do you have any Mike Jones stories or meetings that you can share with us?
You know, I first met Mike Jones when he showed up at Nitro. He came, I don't know if it was Ted DiBiase or Hulk or a combination of people that suggested that we bring him in. I had never met Mike Jones up until that point. I didn't meet him as Virgil when he was in WWE. My favorite memory is the last one. I ran into Mike Jones at a convention or a signing in Albany, New York, not long ago, maybe a year ago. Less perhaps. And Mike was there, and I've seen Mike many times at different conventions and signings, throughout the year. And he came running up to me and handed me this picture that he had obviously cropped out of another picture, but it was a picture of just he and I together. We were originally part of a group, but he cropped that out. It's just he and I, and he said, "To Eric, your friend, Mike." And he was so happy to give it to me. He just ran over, he was smiling, gave it to me. He said, "Here, I brought this for you," which he clearly did because it already had been signed. And he turned around, scampered right back to his own table. And every time I looked over to him the rest of the day, he was always smiling. And that's what I remember about Mike is he was just so happy to be backstage. He was so happy to be in the business. He's one of those people that really just found joy, being a part of the team. And that's what I remember. It's a great memory to have about somebody, by the way.
It's a great memory to have for sure. We can't say enough nice things about Mike Jones. I didn't get to meet him, but I did get to spend a little bit of time with the folks who help run his social media and manage him. And they just talk so highly about the real life Mike Jones. And Virgil was such a big part of my fandom as a kid. It's just sad to see it come to an end. It came to an end in a different way professionally tonight for Sting. He is at the table with Tony Khan. I'm sure if anything else happens, we will be talking about it in the future on 83 Weeks, and we'll have some other comments here. But Sean Ross Sapp has reported that Sting said something along the lines of he didn't feel like he had the full package of what he wanted to leave wrestling on in either TNA or WWE, but it was kind of there in TNA, but he said it felt right in AEW. And no matter what sort of tribalism you believe in, if you're an AEW fan, you hate AEW. If you're a wrestling fan, you're probably a Sting fan. And if you're a Sting fan, man, you probably should want what Sting wanted. If he wanted a tornado tag with his sons and Panes of Glass and the Young Bucks and AEW at the Greensboro Coliseum, then I'm happy for him. How about you, Eric?
Me too. That's, we talked about this before the event, the last couple of weeks, talking about what we expect and what we hope for. And I was just hoping Sting left the building with a big smile on his face, and apparently he is, and he will. And what more could you ask for, man?
What more could you ask for? Indeed. Be sure to hit the subscribe button right now and turn on the notifications bell. We're going to be live sooner rather than later. And here in just a few hours, we've got a brand new episode called Different Than that we're dropping right here on YouTube at 83weeks.com or anywhere you find podcasts. But if you haven't already, tell everybody about the new club you just joined, the Bischoff World Order Memberships for our YouTube channel are available now at 83weeks.com. And we'll see you guys sooner rather than later right here on 83 Weeks with Eric Bischoff.